Should be helping each other out, and everyone deserves to be happy.
How she's helping them give back in a big way. Plus, Whamageddon, it's the global game that has people avoiding Wham's 1984 holiday classic, Last Christmas.
Did you get whammed again?
Last Christmas.
So how long did you last? And did we just ruin it for you? The details in Pop Stars. And movie magic from Kevin's wine to the Terminator's line.
Hasta la vista, baby.
We'll look at the legendary films heading on to the National Film Registry.
Houston, we have a problem.
Today, Wednesday, December 13th, 2023.
Happy Wednesday from Columbia, Missouri. Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Jefferson, Georgia. And Bradenton, Florida.
On a mother-daughter trip.
From Chantilly, Virginia. Celebrating my 21st.
From Hattiesburg, Mississippi. All I want for Christmas is a fish smoke for now.
Pardon my sister Patrice. Watching in Maryland.
From Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Here for my 60th birthday. Good morning to my grandpa Bruce.
In Bridgewater, Iowa.
Hi, Savannah and Hoda. We're on a girls trip to the Today Show from Decatur, Texas.
We're back with a special story tied to our Toy Drive Spectacular. Our goal is to get more gifts to kids this holiday season than ever before.
That, by the way, is why we're putting that QR code on your screen right now, because you still have time to help wherever you live. It's right beneath Mr. Roker, right there. You scan it with your phone. So you saw Hoda there and the commercial before. You're playing the role of Elf.
It was really fun. Yeah. I went to this cool school in Queens, and the students at PSMS 124 are so passionate about giving back to the community. So we thought, you know what, let's do something for them in return. So we gave them an epic holiday surprise. And the kids' reaction, boy, it was pure joy.
Be the change!
Be the change!
Be the change!
The students at PSMS 124 are committed to being change makers.
Hi, we're here for the holiday toy drive. Do you guys have any toys?
Yeah!
The K-8 school in Queens, New York has more than 1,000 students who all share one goal: to give back to others as much as they can.
Happy holidays!
Be the change is their school motto, and they're living up to it by helping a new cause each month. A sock drive in October, a food drive in November, and now they are Santa's elves collecting toys for their holiday toy drive. Let's go. I visited the school to meet up with these incredible students. When I walked in your school, I could feel the vibe. There's something different about your school. Why do you want to be the change?
If something is wrong and nobody changes it, it's just gonna keep getting worse and worse. But if somebody changes that, it can spread kindness.
Kindness is important, isn't it?
A small act of kindness can change someone's life entirely.
I know that there are those struggling, and if they're struggling, it's a struggle that we struggle together.
We know that your generous hearts aren't just around this time of the year, but why is it extra important to give at this time of the year?
We're all humans. We should be helping each other out, and everyone deserves to be happy.
We're collecting toys and giving them to the people who are less fortunate.
We're making their lives a bit easier and less stressful, which makes all of us really proud of this whole school.
We're doing the toy drive at the school.
At PSMS 124, the teachers give too. It's a Title I school and many of its families are in need. Amy Warcola and Erica Denuzzo spearhead faculty-wide efforts to help the kids they love.
If we can give them any semblance of peace, love, care, I will always do that work.
Staff members anonymously buy a winter coat and a holiday present for every student in need, and host a big Thanksgiving feast for all the families in temporary housing.
We were able to have the entire staff there helping. The whole community just came together.
Everything that is purchased by our staff with their own money.
You could say the spirit of giving echoes through the hallways here. So you collected how many toys today?
I'd say about 50-ish.
Let's go check it out, come on. But little do they know, it's about to kick into high gear.
That does not look like 50.
Come on in. Is this more than 50 toys?
Yes!
Macy's and Toys R Us donated 1,000 toys to your toy drive. We actually have another surprise. In an effort to help you guys help the students, Macy's is giving you a $3,000 gift certificate. For you guys. Come on, do you love your teachers? Yeah! Meanwhile, just down the hall, hundreds of students gathered for our biggest surprise yet. What do your shirts say? By the way, this school is the change. I am so proud of you because you guys are focused on giving things away. But you know what? It is time for someone to give back to you. Countdown with me. 3, 2, 1. Macy's and Toys R Us is going to give every single student in here a Christmas present. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. A joyous celebration of the season of giving with children who live it every single day. Happy holidays! Wow.
That's great.
Okay, first of all, kids like that who literally are focused on nothing but giving back.
Yes.
I have never sat with a group of children who literally were as elated to get toys to give away as they were to get toys that were coming toward them. And those teachers who are giving coats and food.
Out of their own pockets.
Out of their own
That's what's
pockets.
amazing.
Like whenever I get in a funk, because this world can sometimes put you there, you go to one of those places and you look around and you're like, the future leaders are there.
Selflessness.
It was unbelievable.
And those kids that you talked to at the beginning of that story,
my God.
I mean,
wow.
They were
By the
impressive.
way, the young woman in the middle was the president of the school. I called her Madam President. She was all excited. But she said, if I wasn't going to be president, then she was or he was.
amazing.
Or, like they are, and they're determined, by the way, to lead this country. That's what they said. They go, we want to get somewhere so we can be the change.
And you were saying that every single one, when they got the president, before they even opened it, were so delighted.
Think about, not to diss our own children, but we love our kids.
And they're probably off at school by now
you know what?
anyway, yeah.
I didn't want a pink one. I wanted a blue one.
Yep.
I didn't want that. I thought I was getting this one. Every kid ripped open their gift. A 5-year-old got a Yahtzee game. They didn't know anything about Yahtzee. She was like, thank you, thank you. Like, it was pure joy with those children. It taught me a lot, so.
Well, you're quite the elf, by the way.
Yes, you are.
I mean, you leading the song at the end there. That's peak Hoda.
You know, that's my favorite
I know.
song to play.
Well, is it now that she has a hit Christmas song?
That's
right.
She just burst into
You
song.
should have been singing that for the kids.
Christmas.
Why
Lost
did I have-
opportunity.
Oh my
Because
God, they could've-
a carefree Christmas
next
is the
year.
gift that keeps giving. Come on.
That was amazing. Hoda, well done.
Thank you.
Oh,
That was great.
That's awesome. All right, welcome back. And this morning on Your Health, a new psychedelic drug that's being talked about as a possible solution for addiction.
It is not legal here in the United States yet, but advocates are pushing for more research to see if it's really as promising as some say. Our senior national correspondent, Kate Snow, has been following addiction and treatments like this for years. Kate, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, guys. This really could be a game changer for the 3 million people in this country who are fighting or have dealt with opioid addiction. We're talking about a psychedelic drug called ibogaine. And look, it has some risks, but some people who've traveled to other countries to take it say it changed their lives.
For people battling opioid addiction, help can be hard to find. Only 1 in 5 adults with opioid use disorder received medications to treat it in 2021. Those that take medications like methadone or Suboxone alongside therapy are sometimes on those drugs for years. But what if there were a treatment that could change things overnight? Ibogaine comes from the root bark of a shrub in Western Africa, and advocates say with just one treatment lasting 12 to 18 hours, a person who was addicted can walk out clean. Alan Davis is director of the Center for Psychedelic Drug Research and Education at Ohio State and authored a study on the effectiveness of ibogaine.
Is ibogaine working for some people?
Ibogaine is working for some people. The best evidence that we have is about 30% of people will remain abstinent from opioids after using ibogaine.
Compare that to the success rate for current rehab treatments at about 20%.
How many times did you go to rehab, Bobby?
I went to 2 inpatient rehabs, and then I went to several outpatient rehabs where, in essence, they prescribed Suboxone or some equivalent, but there was no, inpatient component to it. 6 or 7 times at least for outpatient.
Bobby Laughlin is married now with 2 kids and a career, but 10 years ago he was deep into a heroin addiction when he traveled to a clinic in Mexico to try ibogaine. Like many who've used it, Bobby says he felt like the ibogaine trip helped him understand why he started using drugs to begin with.
I was laying down in a bed. A gigantic hand comes up and grabs my entire body and pulls me into the ground.
And there was a voice?
Yes, the voice was like a strong masculine voice that was yelling, and it was scary and basically telling me that the reason I'm in this experience was all due to my decisions.
When Bobby woke up, he had no desire to use and has never used since.
What are the feelings around that?
It's just very intense to reconnect with yourself again. After having been so far removed from yourself, it's like getting to know an old friend. Especially, it's a friend that you may not, it's like I never knew that I would see him again.
You didn't know if you would live.
Right.
There are some documented heart risks with ibogaine, which isn't legal in the U.S., and some worry about danger with unregulated foreign clinics. Alan Davis says no one's quite sure why it works.
One of the things that we think is happening in the brain is that it is having an impact on the reward center of the brain, and that's one of the rewarding cycles that people get in and what causes them to relapse.
Important to say that Bobby's experience is not everyone's experience. As Alan Davis said in the piece, about 70% of people who try ibogaine do relapse, but that is less than the percentage who relapse with current treatment options. Experts emphasize this drug has to be taken in a medically controlled environment where they're monitoring for side effects, and everybody wants more research. Kentucky, a state that's had so many deaths from substance use, is actually discussing spending $42 million to fund ibogaine research, guys. If that passes, they would then have to get FDA permission to do trials, but a lot of hope around that could be a next step, because again, right now it's illegal in this country.
And there's been so much research going on about many different psychedelics and whether they can treat other mental health illnesses like PTSD, for example. So this is kind of a piece with that.
Yeah, but you look at Bobby, 11 years almost he's been sober now.
And the way he described how he emerged was so profound, I thought, seeing an old friend. But wow, the fact that he hasn't used is really telling.
Well, the reality is there are millions of people in this country who have suffered mightily with addiction for a long time. So we need some solutions.
Yeah, that's exactly why Kentucky's looking at funding it.
It's a great story, Kate.
Thank you. Thank you. you, Kate. All right, coming up next, Asked. Well, we're answering. Vicky's here with holiday travel tips to get you where you need to go with less stress. But first, this is Today on NBC. Back now, 8:43 with our ongoing series, Asked and Answered. Of course, holiday travel on the minds of a lot of people. AAA expects 115 million people to travel during the 10-day window before Christmas to New Year's. So nearly 8 million of them flying. That's a potential record. We've heard from a lot of people asking travel questions. So guess what? We had to bring in Vicki Wynn here to help you answer the questions. Hi, Vicki. Good to see you.
Yes.
All right, let's start with the questions we're getting. A lot of people are cost conscious, obviously. And one of our viewers asked, please tell me what websites or apps can you use to get the best deals on holiday travel? What are the best ones?
This is such a great question, and it's good for the holidays and beyond. Flexibility is key, though, because we have fewer than 2 weeks until Christmas. So let's start with Hopper. It is a website that helps you with not just your airfare, but hotels and car rentals as well. Kayak has this really cool tool called Best Time to Travel. So here's the thing. You say, I live here, I want to go here, and I have 4 days. What is the best time to travel? It will tell you based on prices. Google has something similar called Explore. You put in, I'm flying from here. These are the dates I need to travel.
Yes.
Where can I go? And then it'll say, explore these places, and you can sort by price. Super helpful tools.
So sometimes you just have the time, you don't care where you go.
Either it's you have a chunk of time or you know how long you want to be gone. Point.me is, people are obsessed with this site.
That?
So say you have a lot of credit card miles and points and you just don't know how to maximize them. You plug them into Point.me. They come up with the best deals for you. It's not free, but you can have access to the site for 24 hours for $5. It's worth it if you're ready to go.
Dump
and book
all your
that
points
travel.
in and say, where can I go with this money?
Plug them in. Exactly.
Love it. Okay. Are there everyone's obviously we're cost conscious, but are there special days that are better to fly?
Yes. So let's look at December 18th and 19th. If you're traveling for Christmas, those are going to be the best times to fly. If you travel on the holiday itself, December 25th, you'll save about 26% off of peak pricing. And then coming back, December 28th is the best day to return midweek before the New Year's Eve crush.
So leaving on Christmas Day or New Year's Day, those kind of are good. And then midweek. Got it.
Yeah,
got
absolutely.
it. Okay. So sometimes when you go to the airport, it's a hassle. It's a pain. Are there special services that we don't know about that we can use?
This is so important. Actually, if you are a senior, by the way, you should ask the airline for a senior discount. They never advertise this, but it can be 5 to 10% off of the airfare if you're 60 or 65. It depends on the airline. If you have assistive devices, canes, walkers, even electric scooters, scooters, you can travel with those for free. They will check them for you. You don't have to pay an extra fee. You should call ahead, though, if you have the scooters, those heavy items.
Yeah.
We've seen so much, Hoda, with the wheelchairs going down the ramps and getting damaged and that sort of thing. Be proactive. Put a piece of paper laminated on your wheelchair that says, this is how you fold it up. This is how you disassemble it. And if you can, take off all the loose parts, the batteries. Sometimes you can actually bring your wheelchair into the cabin, which is ideal, so it doesn't get thrown down the ramp.
What about
then finally, concierge services. These will cost you a fee, but they will help you door to door from getting out of the car with your bags, checking in, sometimes VIP lines to get onto the plane, and then at your destination, get you to the right spot as well.
Let's talk about things you can and can't bring through TSA. And I know one of these must be presents because there was some viral video about some guy trying to bring something through that his grandmother gave him.
Look, you can bring presents, just keep them unwrapped because sometimes TSA wants to see what's inside that mystery box. The biggest thing that causes slowdowns in that line is people are bringing things that are spreadable, that are spillable, or are sprayable. Keep that under 3.4 ounces. The only exception is baby products. If you have breast milk formula, you can bring more than 3.4 ounces.
Or medication.
Or medication, exactly.
Sure.
The other thing is you actually can bring food that is frozen solid when it goes through security. But a reminder, so like let's say you're bringing gravy. And normally you would want that to be runny, but if it's frozen like a brick, you can get it through TSA. Peanut butter, though, is a no-no. 3.4 ounces or below, it's spreadable. Exactly. People always trying to get peanut butter on the plane.
Girl, okay. I saw someone who had one of those McDonald's ice creams trying to get through, and the line was so long, and by the time they got through, it was a liquid.
It was a liquid. Okay.
They're out. All right, so what happens if your flight gets delayed or canceled? What can you do?
Okay, first you want to get to the airport as soon as you can. Book the first flight of the day. That's going to help reduce the risk of any delays at all. You always want to have the My TSA app as well as the airline app. This is your boarding pass. This is everything for you. Customer service number. It's all on the airline app. My TSA just tells you how long is the wait going to be. It's really helpful. And then let's say they're like, oh, we're having a problem, this and that. You walk right to the line. You're on the app. Someone in your party is on the 800 number. Maybe you're trying the international number.
Multiple people
working it so that you can rebook. And finally, this is one people forget about. But let's say you're in New York. You can also fly out of LaGuardia, JFK, EWR over in Newark. So maybe you're in Dallas and there's a nearby airport. Consider taking a train, a taxi to that other spot. It might be a more economical way for you to get out or at least get onto a flight to your destination.
Asked and answered. Vicky Wynn. We love you. The best. All right. For more holiday tips, you can check out today.com. Savannah.
Oh, I'm like salivating. I'm salivating right here. Coming up next, Jessie Sheehan here to share some secrets about shortcut desserts like peppermint chocolate cake. And these come together really quick, don't they?
Yes, everything is so fast.
Yes, that's what I like. But first, this is Today on NBC. We're speaking. Okay, we are back with our Today Table series. 'Tis the season for holiday sweets. This morning, we are making them quick and easy and delicious. I already sampled them. Jessie Sheehan, author of the cookbook Snackable Bakes, is here with show-stopping recipes. Scan the QR code and you can get all of the ingredients you need. Hi, Jessie. Good morning.
Good morning.
What I like is these are very accessible. You don't have to be a fancy baker.
And I love this cake. It's a peppermint Texas sheet cake. I love it because everything is cooked in a pot or in a bowl, no stand mixer.
No mixer, no nothing,
necessary.
okay.
So right now I'm pouring a mixture of butter and water and cocoa powder into our dry ingredients. The hot water is going to bloom that chocolate flavor.
Okay.
So they're
this
extra-
wasn't like melted chocolate. This was cocoa,
Exactly.
butter. Okay,
it was
got
melted cocoa powder. Next, we have some buttermilk. I always like to add an egg yolk when
Okay.
I love you for helping
Well,
me.
is this one of those like don't overmix deals?
It's
or-
not at
okay,
all. That's
okay.
the other beautiful thing
Okay.
about it. Now I'm going to add a little bit of peppermint extract. This cake gets its peppermint flavor
Yes.
from both the cake and the frosting.
Okay.
Then I add my vanilla. And you see how quickly this came?
I mean, this is easy.
And we're done.
Okay.
I mean,
Now should I
literally,
stir it all up
you
again,
can
right?
stir
Yeah.
that up. You
Mhm.
can stir that up. Sorry
Okay.
if I splashed
Don't
you.
worry. It's
But
worth
this is
it.
why I love it. We're literally done, and the cake is only going to bake for 15 minutes.
I mean, this is incredible.
Incredible.
Easy
Incredible.
as pie. Okay,
Incredible.
how are the tasters doing over there?
Insane.
It's like a cake version of a York peppermint patty.
That is like the highest compliment.
I'm not lazy, Jessie, but if you did want to use a mixer, you could, right?
You kind of could, but I don't even think I would be upset. If
Like,
you
is
did.
that mixed enough?
That's
Okay.
perfect.
Good, because my arm is tired.
Now,
Okay,
we have our batter, and what we would do, this has gotten
so
a little,
fudgy.
because it's been sitting around for a little while, it's a little thicker, but basically, we're just putting this into our pan, smearing it around, and I want to show
that
you
parchment paper?
It is, and look at this cool trick. We use these little metal binders
Yes.
so that the paper doesn't fly around in your oven, and people always ask me, they are heat proof. You do
Are
not
they
need to
really?
worry.
Well, don't touch them, right?
That's a pro tip.
But wait a
touch
minute,
it?
are you going to leave this blob in the middle, or are you going to shake? Like,
I would.
I like every step.
Okay, you want me to see
Yeah.
every step? Okay. I was giving us a little time, but I'm
Okay,
going to
no.
go like this.
No, we have the time. You would spread it out like you want
I
it to
would
look.
spread it out
Okay.
perfectly.
That's all I wanted to.
Although I do like a blob. I won't.
I mean, a blob is
Yeah,
delicious.
yeah.
Okay.
Here we have our finished cake, again with our cute little binders, and this is amazing. This is our frosting, which is also cooked on the stovetop.
Oh.
So this one, again, is more cocoa powder. We've got some milk, and we've added a little bit of extract to this as well. Look how beautiful this is.
It looks like a ganache or something, doesn't it?
Get you all fancy with
I
ganache.
like that. She's
Are they not-
dropping
okay, so
some
we spread it
protein.
out, and then what?
Yes. and
Like
then-
refrigerator or anything?
Nope, we just let it sit. And what I love here is that once it comes to room temp, I'm actually going to use this cute
Yes.
tool that I
Yeah,
love.
I like that.
Once it comes to room temp, there is a layer of like fudginess. Are you guys getting this? Like
yes.
between
Fudge off the
the
top.
frosting and the cake because it's hot.
Okay.
And also, I just want to make clear, we actually put the frosting on when the cake is hot. So
That's what I was going to say, because
Yes.
usually you have to cool the cake first.
Yes. So that's why, and I'm
You're
just gonna do a
blowing my
little-
mind, Jessie.
Right? That's
okay.
what- that's what
and
I wanna
sprinkle some
do.
candy cane. Okay,
And
now
sprinkles.
we only got 2 minutes because I slowed you down.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
Okay, what these balls?
These
Tell me.
are incredible.
They're
These
insane.
are Oreo truffles
Oh.
and easy peasy, which is like always what I want. We have some cream cheese. We have Oreos. Now, I understand you probably have to love Oreos to love this, but I hope everybody loves
You
Oreos.
should love Oreos.
All right. So I put a little salt in just so it's not too sweet. So we have salt, cream cheese, and Oreos. This is what the batter looks like when it comes out.
Oh my gosh.
You basically scoop it out and then roll it into a ball. Then you stick it in the freezer.
Didn't see that coming.
Just so when you plop it into your chocolate, the chocolate sticks
So
to
that's
the ball.
white chocolate? Is it hot, cold? What
It's
is it?
hot white chocolate.
Have you tried this one yet, Savannah?
That's the one I tried in the teas. It's amazing.
And what I love is, I don't love this, but I do love it actually.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna go with
love
love.
it.
I'm going to
Yeah.
go with love.
Go with it.
You have to put your sprinkles on when the chocolate is warm so that they stick.
Okay.
I won't lie, been there, done that, and you've done them all and you're all excited
Yes.
and nothing sticks.
So you freeze first, then put the hot the chocolate on it. But how come it
Exactly.
doesn't like melt? Why does yours look so good?
Well, as long as they're frozen,
Yeah.
the chocolate will nicely grab onto the little ball without giving you any problems.
And then do you put the refrigerator after you sprinkle?
You know, you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yes, they are cake poppies.
Well, they're
100%.
delicious. Jessie,
I love
they're
them.
amazing.
Well done,
Thank you.
Jessie.
You
Oh,
can
my
buy
gosh.
any of these ingredients if you scan our QR code, or you could also go to today.com/todaytable. Should mention Today earns a commission from purchases made through our links. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
We're back after a check of your local news and weather.
Jessie.
This morning on the third hour of Today, remembering Andre Braugher. Tributes pouring in for this prolific actor.
Well played. Thank you, sir. Look at that. You helped me find my smile.
We're going to look back at his impressive career and the times he spent with us here at Today. Plus, on alert.
Oh my God.
Delivery drivers warned about the rise in robberies, what we all need to know entering this busy holiday stretch. Then later, actor and comedian Craig Robinson live, filling us in on his hilarious Peacock series, Killing It. And give the gift of food this holiday season, from dessert in a trash can to an igloo you can eat. Fun gifts that will fill your belly. Today, Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Al and Craig and Dylan. Thank you for being with us on this Wednesday morning. And we do have a lot to talk about this hour. And we begin with that sad news out of Hollywood.
That's right. Beloved actor Andre Braugher dying this week at the age of 61. Best known for playing police officers in two very different roles. Braugher starring as the steam-stealing Captain Holt in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, years after his portrayal in that gritty 90s crime drama Homicide: Life on the Street. We've got NBC entertainment reporter Chloe Malas live here talking about and taking a look back at this just unbelievable career.
I mean, an incredible talent. And look, his representative is saying that Braugher died after a brief illness. And this veteran actor, he earned 2 Emmy Awards, showing his range for decades, moving from drama to comedy and always at the top of his craft.
This is my job. This is what the city of Baltimore pays me to do.
This morning, Hollywood paying tribute to beloved actor Andre Braugher, the star who gained recognition for his unforgettable turn in Homicide: Life on the Street, and most recently comedy series Brooklyn Nine-Nine, passing away at the age of 61. For 8 seasons of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Braugher played beloved police captain Raymond Holt, a straight-laced cop known for his deadpan one-liners.
I've never been more proud of you for anything in your life. I mean, I've solved a lot of cases for you, and yet crime has continued.
Overnight, his heartbroken co-stars from the show reacting to the news. Terry Crews calling his talent irreplaceable, writing on Instagram, "Thank you for your wisdom, your advice, your kindness, and your friendship. You showed me what a life well lived looks like." Mark Evan Jackson, who played Braugher's on-screen husband, sharing a photo of them, simply writing, "Oh, Captain, my Captain." Braugher, who was best known for his dramatic roles, reflected on playing it for laughs in the comedy series Here on Today back in 2019.
You played the ultimate street man on the show, rarely cracking a smile. Is that in any way, shape, or form true to who you are, or is that a stretch for you?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm a serious dude depending on what the circumstances
Okay.
are. I feel like all of these incredible comedians are the kites and I'm the string.
Braugher got his big screen break in the 1989 Civil War drama Glory, alongside fellow newcomer Denzel Washington.
Hey, let me tell you. Shut up, Trip. You get up off me, Snowflake.
He went on to play his most famous role, the tough-as-nails interrogator, Detective Frank Pembleton, in the 90s police drama Homicide: Life on the Street.
Don't lie to me again. This is what you did.
A performance that won him critical acclaim and an Emmy in 1998.
And this is for all the people in Baltimore. This is a town that I love. We have finally made it. Thank you all.
He went on to roles in television, including Men of a Certain Age and The Good Fight, and movies like She Said. Braugher even met his wife, actress Amy Brabson, on the set of Homicide. The couple were married for more than 30 years and had 3 sons. The actor reflecting on his career and prioritizing his family in an interview with Variety in 2020, saying, "I think it could have spanned more disciplines, directing, producing, all these other different things, but it would have been at the expense of my own life."
Prior to his death, Braugher was cast in a new Netflix drama about the White House from executive producer Shonda Rhimes. Now, she posted yesterday on Instagram calling him an extraordinary actor whose genuine kindness set him apart. I was rewatching some of your interviews with him. What a light. What a good dad. A great husband, married to his wife for 3 decades. I know you
Three
had
boys.
a
Yeah, I got to meet him first when I went down to do a behind the scenes of Homicide Life on the Street in Baltimore about 30 years ago. And you could see you had all these diverse characters and wonderful actors, but they all kind of deferred to him because he was kind of like that moral compass of the show.
But then to flip that and be so funny on something like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, like what comedic chops he had.
I mean, he went to Juilliard.
Yeah.
He studied this craft. He was an actor.
Yes.
Right? And, you know, he pivoted later in life, right, to Brooklyn Nine-Nine and this comedy and his chops, like you're saying, Dylan. He's so good. His comedic timing so great. The deadpan delivery, it earned him multiple Emmy nominations. You know, people really connected to his characters no matter what genre he was acting in. And obviously also such a good human being. So we'll keep you posted more on those final moments and days and try to figure out what has happened. But obviously such a loss for Hollywood, and our hearts go out to his family.
Thank you, Chloe. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, turning now to new safety concerns. As we enter the thick of the holiday shopping season, one major delivery company is even warning drivers to be on alert amid a rise in so-called flash mob robberies.
And it's not just trucks that are being targeted. Brick and mortar stores also being hit all over the country. ABC's Maggie Vespa is live for us outside one of those stores that was hit. She's in Chicago. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, they're calling these crash and grabs. And when you see this boarded up storefront, you can see why. Owners of this store, clothing store in the West Loop of Chicago, say a Jeep filled with, they say, thieves, police confirming that, smashing through the front of this store yesterday, thieves grabbing everything they could. And now that same kind of strategy is being aimed at delivery trucks nationwide, so much so that FedEx is now warning drivers coast to coast to be on alert.
Oh my God.
This morning, amid the holiday shopping rush, brazen heists and bands of thieves taking aim at trucks to steal your packages. In Florida, one alleged thief taking the truck itself on a high-speed chase. A state trooper using pit maneuvers to try and stop them. Now, one major carrier is warning drivers to be on guard. The Wall Street Journal reporting FedEx last week issued a security alert to thousands of its package delivery contractors, urging them to prioritize driver safety, stressing calling 911 if there is imminent danger, and closing and locking all doors and windows when possible. NBC News has not seen that alert. FedEx telling NBC in a statement, the safety and well-being of our team members and the security of our customer shipments are always our top priorities. In similar statements, UPS told us drivers are taught to be aware of their surroundings and to report anything they consider unsafe. Amazon saying drivers are never expected to make a delivery if they feel unsafe. Meanwhile, jaw-dropping videos popping up across the country.
You guys are on camera, just FYI.
This California woman warning thieves her home security camera was recording them emptying a FedEx truck. In Connecticut, police say 4 men robbed an Amazon driver at gunpoint while he unloaded packages.
That's awful, and to think what might happen.
Authorities say the dangers facing drivers are well-worn realities for brick-and-mortar stores. Case in point, so-called crash and grabs. Surveillance video in Chicago this week captured thieves smashing a Jeep through a store's front windows and making off with armloads of merchandise. The store's owners say it's their third break-in in 3 weeks. 3 in 3 weeks. And Chicago police, by the way, have not yet caught these thieves. Back to the issue of those truck robberies. Obviously, in addition to driver safety, another big concern is the security of your packages. So it's important to note, if your package gets stolen, you might not get an alert that that's what happened. You might just see delays starting to stack up. So experts recommend if you start to see that, don't hesitate to file a lost package claim. And they also say, to some degree, expect delays during the holiday season. And they say, guys, it's kind of bizarre to say it in front of this backdrop, but the safest option if you need an item by Christmas or a different deadline is to buy in store. Guys,
to
back
do
to
it the
you.
old-fashioned way.
I'm like,
as Vicky says, BOPIS. Buy online, pick up in store.
Thank you. As if delivery drivers don't have enough.
I know. All right. Well, still to come in today's checklist, we are talking about winter skincare, busting some common myths, and we'll find out if hot showers are really that bad, because they are delightful. And then later, the hilarious Craig Robinson is here live to tell us about his new Peacock series that is getting rave reviews. We'll be right back.
All right, so winter begins officially next week. So this morning in today's checklist, we want to talk about how to prepare our skin and busting some skincare myths. Well, here to help us is Dr. Angela Lamb, a board-certified dermatologist at Mount Sinai right here in New York City. Dr. Lamb, good to see you.
Nice to see you again.
All right, so let's get started with our first myth. Fact or myth? Drinking more water in the winter will help dry skin. I think that would be a fact.
All right, that's actually a myth.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. All right, that's
okay. We got the point.
I love that. Yes. So actually, the water we drink is not nearly important as the water that comes in contact with our skin.
Oh.
So you want to make sure you trap in that moisture, as we'll get to in some other discussions. And also, the fiber you eat is incredibly important.
Really?
So think chia seeds, think oats. Things like that are going to absorb water into your system. And you also want to protect your skin. So think long johns, long arms, coats. You actually want to keep your skin from the elements.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Lamb, Mr. Roker's 0 for 1. Let's give another opportunity here. Fact or myth, temperature doesn't matter when you are showering in the winter.
What do you think?
I think that's a myth because you're not supposed to take hot showers in the winter.
Yes, that is absolutely a myth. So, yes.
You thought I was competitive.
So according to the AAD, actually, you really want to use warm water. So if you tend to do really hot showers, you want to take that down a notch. Also, you want to shorten your shower. So let's say if you were doing 10 minutes, you might want to go down to 5 or 3. And then moisturizing within 3 minutes of getting out of the shower, like I talked about. Exactly. Wow. We've done a lot of research on this, and you want to trap in that moisture. So when you get out of the shower or bath, pat dry, and then get on a good thick moisturizer.
Okay.
I legit don't know the answer to this one. I saw my question earlier and I'm like, okay, so here's the question. Oily skin needs to be moisturized in the winter. I'm going to say it is a myth. Is that a fact?
That
I don't
is
have oily
actually
skin,
a fact.
so
Okay.
my skin is dry. So you should still put oil on oil.
You have to do
It seems
moisturizer.
counterintuitive.
Exactly. So you really do have to still moisturize in the winter. Absolutely.
So
Use
just
a
lightweight
lightweight one, maybe one not as thick.
Okay.
But oily skin still needs its care. Avoid toners that often strip that natural oil out of the skin.
Okay.
And sunscreen is a must in the winter.
In the winter.
Even skiing. So imagine like that snow reflects a lot of sun.
Okay.
You really have to use that good
You
sunscreen.
might be the first person we've had where we have these fact or myth things that we get wrong. So we're learning something today.
On the toner, really
Yes,
quickly.
yes,
Are you supposed to use a toner morning and night?
You can if you'd like, but I would not do that in the winter. That's going to strip your skin far too
All right,
much.
Dylan, bring us home.
Okay, all right.
We're getting into our hands here. Nails can be more brittle in the winter. I think that's true, considering how my nails fall apart.
Yes, that is a fact. All right, yeah, so, okay, all right. All right, so the nails actually, they're similar to the skin. They get dried out just like everything else. They need TLC, so use Vaseline, also called petrolatum jelly, on the nails. There's a term called slugging where you actually put a lot of that on and sleep with it. Use cotton gloves, especially at night. That traps in the moisture. And try to keep your diet full of the fatty acids. Think avocado, olive oil, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. What's this called? Slogging?
Slugging. Slugging, yes.
Working with you is slogging.
She just coat it in like Vaseline.
And then coat it in a big
gloves
thick
on.
cup.
And then you would take it off, your hands are soft.
You do that?
Yeah.
No, but I've read about it.
I should. Yes.
Dr. Lamb.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Well,
That was good.
Coming up, we've got actor and comedian Craig Robinson here live talking about his hilarious Peacock show. 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Is this your investigator face?
That's it. Look at him there.
Rotten
Ooh.
potatoes? Is that different?
Tomatoes. But I like a rotten potato too. Then later, a real holiday treat. We are talking the gift of food. Sweet, salty, everything in between in this morning's gift guide. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
next guest is a comedic powerhouse. Craig Robinson burst onto the scene as Daryl in the hit NBC show The Office.
And then he went on to make us laugh as the Pontiac Bandit, Doug Judy in Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Well, now Craig is back as well. Craig and Peacock's killing it. In the first season, Craig went on the hunt for snakes to win a contest.
Well, now Killing It is back for season 2. Craig is here to talk all about it. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
It is so good to see you.
Good morning.
Before we get into the show, we got that sad news about the passing of Andre Braugher, who was such a stalwart and mainstay in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You were on the show. What was it like with him, working with him?
I looked up to him for a long time. I loved working with him. He was very kind. He would be blasting hip hop from his room. He was awesome, just an awesome individual. What a talent, what a great man, what a loss,
Yeah. What a loss indeed. Let's talk about your show for a moment, because you've put Peacock on your back. You're carrying the streaming network now. Killing It is killing it. As Al mentioned, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Man. Oh, wow.
So first season, you win the snake contest. Second season, it looks like you're trying to figure out what to do with the winnings. For folks who haven't seen it, here's a little clip.
Bigger smile. Bigger. Come on, think about all the snakes you killed.
No, I didn't like killing snakes.
The magazine sent over a bio that said...
I was broke and I entered the contest. I used the winnings to start building my empire, but it was horrifying.
Okay, then think about your empire. Think about how rich you are. Think about how much more money you have than every other person in this room combined.
Come on, man, that doesn't make me smile. I mean, it's only 5 people here.
That's one thing I've always enjoyed about your acting. Like, you're so good, it doesn't seem like you're actually acting. It seems like you're playing versions of your real self.
That's good.
But in season 2, what can folks expect?
Season 1, it was all about the snakes and winning this contest. So we actually won the contest. So season 2, we bought the farm for the saw palmetto berries. So everything looks great, and then it doesn't.
Oh.
And the thing is, the show also addresses some other issues, capitalism, classism, kind of parallels a lot of the issues going on right now. Why was that important to get that in as well?
It's so relatable to everyone, especially, after the pandemic, then a bunch of different strikes going on. So it's all about trying to get that, that American dream and make that dollar.
You also had to learn sign language for this role. A little bit of I've done it with my kids. We still, to this day, all done. But you say it opened up a whole new world for you.
It's a whole different, world, and I need to stay with it more so I can be better. But I have an incredible coach, and I learned a little bit in college. I just learned like the alphabet and stuff. So I had a small base. But yeah, it's very intense.
Mm-hmm. And in you've had these great comedic roles, but we're told that your love of comedy started out with the very simple story of the 3 little pigs.
The 3 little pigs. Yeah, my father was having me read the 3 little pigs one day, and for whatever reason I started improvising. Like I remember saying, the house, the pig's house got blown down, and then he put on his gym shoes and ran away. My father just was cracking up.
Oh, that's
what did you say? Called my 17. And my father. I was, I don't know, 5, 6.
That's so cool.
But he called my mother in to, come listen to what he says. He put on gym shoes. So it was.
And the more they reacted, the more you reacted.
Yeah. But in addition to the comedy and the acting, you're apparently quite the musician. Let's talk about, and again, I'm not making this up, the name of the band is the Nasty Delicious.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and if you've heard them, it is aptly named.
Nasty Delicious? You played in Chicago recently in your hometown. What was that like?
Yes. Oh, it was fantastic. We went back and sold out the Park
Can
West.
we bring that picture back up? Is that
Nasty Delicious.
Yeah.
Like sexual chocolate.
There you go.
Yeah, that's my fam. My brother is actually in the band with me, Chris Rob, and then the rest have all become my brother and my sister Lakeisha in there. So we were just in Chicago, played the Park West. It was very nice, successful, and we were happy to be there. And we'll be in LA at the Troubadour on May 8th.
All right. Any plans to bring it to New York?
Absolutely.
All right.
We'll get here.
Come play the studio.
You should Nasty Delicious to come play.
Do a little concert.
Okay. Nasty Delicious.
There you go.
We're here for
also happened to be Craig's nickname in high school.
Oh, yes.
Season 2 of Killing
Well
It
played.
is out now on Peacock.
All right, coming up next, this morning's holiday gift guide. It's full of great ideas for the foodie in your life, including the dessert in a can that is salty and sweet. We'll be right back.
I love that.
We are back with another edition of our holiday gift guide, and we hope you're hungry this morning, folks, because we are sharing some food gifts that everyone on your list will love. And we brought in one of our favorites, Chef Elena Besser, host of the Today All Day series, head of the table, here to walk us through some of her absolute favorites.
They're cute.
So we're going to start with this chocolate bomb?
Exactly. These are the bombs, and they're basically a bonbon, but guess what? They are hot chocolate. So essentially, here, let's pass them around. Everyone get yourself.
That's yummy.
Isn't that tasty? So what you do is you unwrap these gorgeous foil balls, you pop it into a glass, and then you take warm milk or hot water, and you just pour it over the top, and you watch it open up, and it will reveal those stunning marshmallows. This is such a fun
the marshmallows are inside?
Yes, they're
That's
inside.
clever. It's decadent.
So all of your family, the little kids, they can wait to see it open, and it's just a really fun holiday treat.
And it's delicious.
It is
so
really good, right?
Is that expensive? No, it's not even that expensive.
No, it's not expensive, and we also have these little teeny individual flavors as well. So it's just great for the whole family.
That's good. Wow. So this is very creative. You can customize a message on a cookie.
Yes, you can. So these are custom shortbread cookies. We actually have different custom ones for all of you today. We have Season's Greetings, Craig, for you. Please enjoy. We have Happy Holidays, Chanel.
Imagine opening up cookies and then it says like your name on it. Happy
Isn't
Holidays.
that so wonderful? And so you can take your messages, put them on here. They may actually not arrive in time for Christmas, but these could be a great New Year gift. And isn't the shortbread actually really delicious?
It's really good.
Highly recommend. Okay, moving on to this fabulous company. It's called Kabi, and they have this wonderful Japanese sauce trio, and they're trying to take the flavors of Japanese cooking and bring them into your home kitchen. So they have this fantastic dashi soy. We have their sweet yuzu vinegar, and that is their peppercorn miso paste.
Which one you want?
Add it to any of your cooking, and you guys, I'm telling you,
Which
this
one
is
do you
just
like?
I love all of them. I like using the yuzu for salads. I like using, put the miso on. I think you'll really like the miso.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that fun? They're
that's a lot of miso.
They have so much robust flavor,
Miso good.
and I highly recommend these, and they look gorgeous too. Look at the little drawings on them, aren't they so cute?
So how does it work? You just buy these and you get your own noodles?
You get the
or?
trio, you add them to absolutely anything, and the best part is it comes with a little recipe booklet, so you can get creative with it in the kitchen. Any of your family members that are really into Japanese food and flavors, this is for them.
That's good.
Fork down.
It's down.
Okay, moving on. We're
Guy Fieri.
Yes.
And has that trash can nacho thing.
He
This
does.
is a dessert version?
This is a dessert version. The mayor of Flavortown himself said, you know what, happy holidays, everybody, and who wants to do the grand reveal? Should I do it?
Sure.
Yeah,
do it.
Okay, here we go. So you basically build these
With all this
cannoli nachos,
Oh.
and you put them in the trash can with the
No
mascarpone filling, with the pretzels, the brownie,
that's cool.
the sauces, all of it. And you can, you like the noodles? Good. And you can have a
that's so
taste,
cute.
build it with the kids, build it with the family, and
cute.
and take a trip on over to Flavortown
Flavor
with our
Town.
guy.
That's fun.
Now, Craig's very excited about that.
Yeah, Craig is so
I don't know how I
into
feel
this
about this
one.
one.
Okay, this is the wonderful world of Portuguese fish. Tin fish is all the rage, you guys, and I want you to know
So says
that
you and Al.
it's true. And Al, he knows. Al knows what's
The
up.
tin is very pretty.
The tin is beautiful. You can get a set of 4. I'm telling you, you're going to be surprised by how good this is.
What kind of fish am I eating?
You are eating, I believe, let's see,
they're different
sardine. You're
kinds.
having a sardine. So there are tons of different flavors. And I want you guys to know that 2018, 2.2 billion sales of sardines. Now this year, 2.7 billion sales of tin fish.
I'm good.
So I'm telling you, this trend is all the rage. You don't want to do it.
I double dog dare you.
I'm okay. I respect the
And
sardine.
it's kind of a superfood, too.
It is.
I've never had a sardine.
Can stay on the
Just give it a try. Come on.
You
Come
had
on.
a sardine. You had a sardine
Where?
the other night at my dinner.
I thought that was an anchovy.
It was a sardine. Okay, laugh. What do you think? What do you think? It's marinated. It's delicious.
I
it's
do
robust.
like it, Sam, I am.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're adventurous, and I
That's
respect
good.
that about you, Chanel.
okay.
I love it.
All right.
Okay, so we also have this really fun cake set for the passionate baker out there. How cute is this? So you get everything that you need to make an adorable holiday igloo. Feel free to grab a fork and dive on in. This is going to be a super fun activity for any of the bakers in your life. And anyone that, it spells everything out for you, so it's going to be something that is really fun and easy to
You went from hot chocolate to sardines. Your stomach's gonna explode.
Yeah, I already had an issue yesterday.
I didn't eat the sardines. Sorry.
We're giving you everything.
Yeah,
that
you are.
need. We're hitting all the flavors.
hitting all the
in your life for the
I'm
tween.
trying it for you.
Yes, for the tween. When I was a kid, if I got this
so
gifted to me, are you kidding?
Yes.
It would have been the
That's a
best
great
day of
gift,
my life.
That's a great gift.
This was all good stuff.
These were great, Elena.
Thank you, Elena
Yes,
Besser.
happy holidays.
There's even edible glitter.
Right? Look at that.
that's
We
cute.
got our
Folks,
little...
if you would like
and eat
to
it.
learn a little bit more about any of these items,
And
it's
a scalpel.
today.com/gifts.
You can tell this is good because we're intrigued,
Yes,
right? We're
yes, we
engaged.
are.
All right, coming up, it is Wellness Wednesday. We are going through some moves to improve our balance, and yes, it is actually something that we can all work on. And then later, singer-songwriter Christina Perri is here live to share a new song straight off her Christmas album. We'll be right back. We are back with Wellness Wednesday, focusing on a part of our fitness routines that often gets overlooked. We're talking about balance and stability. We have Liz Foster here, editor-in-chief of Women's Health. She's going to help all of us improve some of these things. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It is wonderful to be here. I'm so excited to talk about balance. It is great for our bodies from head to toe. Let me
Okay.
tell you a couple of the reasons why.
Okay.
First of all, balance and stability reduce our risk for injury.
Okay.
Very important. Second of all, it enhances our performance. So there's cool science that when you combine balance boosting moves with a strength training program, you actually get better gains out of your gym workout.
I believe that.
It builds our core muscles because as we're standing strong and taking up space, we're recruiting all of those muscles.
Okay.
And finally, there is research that suggests that it supports your memory as well as spatial cognition which
Okay.
is just a fancy way of saying how we move about the world and
I
our
believe that,
perception
though.
of space.
Yeah.
Okay. So how can we test to see if we have any kind of skill when it comes to stability and balance?
We have a couple of super quick and easy tests for you today. And the idea is to get better over time. So do not stress out if these feel a little wobbly at first.
Okay.
The first one is the single leg stance. So have a chair nearby, but let's try not to use the chair at first. So your feet are going to be hip width apart, feet underneath those hips. And then you're going to firmly plant your left foot and raise that right leg. So you're going to bring it to perpendicular. Are you guys wobbling?
We're okay.
I mean, you guys are experts already. That's amazing. So if you're really good at it, you can close your eyes. But to start, just do that. And if you need to grab onto the chair, you can.
Well,
So the idea,
with my eyes closed.
yeah, it is an extra challenge. See how long you can hold it. Then you're going to repeat that exact same move, just using the opposite foot. I love that you're in bare feet because your
is that
feet
better?
and toes are gripping the floor. It's called proprioception. That is actually really excellent for helping improve your balance.
So now you've got great balance.
When you can,
You're
yes.
well balanced.
And also, if you're feeling a little less stable on one side or the other, that's normal. The more we practice the balance boosting moves we're about to go through, the more even you will feel. Okay, so now let's get to sitting. This is called the sit stand. So you're gonna adjust yourself just in the middle of the chair so you're not leaning against the back. Feet, again, about hip width apart. And you can put your arms in front of you, cross them. Great, and now push through your heels and your feet and come to standing. It's that easy. Take a pause at the top and then right back down. Okay, so you're gonna repeat this for 30 seconds, and your goal is to do as many as you can, as smoothly as you can.
And this is helping with balance.
This is helping with balance, that's right. You, yes, you're pushing through those feet, you're activating your core muscles, and you wanna get, more of the sit stands over time.
You can feel it.
Yeah, you can feel
good.
it. Okay, so now let's get into some moves that actually are going to improve your balance.
Okay.
So you can keep doing those tests over time and check you out. Actually, we're going to start with standing. Okay, let's stand. We will get down on the mat in a minute. So the first one is just the simple forward lunge using your body weight. Okay, so feet hip width apart again.
At home with this, by the way.
And you are going to press through that left foot and then lunge forward. Tap your left knee against the ground. And this is harder. You're going to come back.
And for those of us who have like mobility issues as far as like knee joints or things like that.
Yeah, so I would not, anything that feels uncomfortable or you're worried about your knee, I would not do the lunging. You can go a little smaller. Yep. And we have some other moves for you too, Al. So you're gonna repeat on different sides. Yep.
Okay.
And then, so that's the forward lunge. The next one, this is harder. Okay, this is more of a
Is this for the core, this next one?
These all activate your core. All balance moves will activate your core. We are getting to one. This one is called the single leg deadlift. So feet hip width apart again. You're gonna push through that left foot and now extend your right leg behind you straight and reach your arms forward. That's the deadlift. Yeah, try not to pop your chair balance. It takes balance. Now, if you're really great at this out of the gates, you can add a weight. Okay, Craig's not gonna add a weight yet. Eventually, he will.
I was being silly.
Joking.
He was kidding.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Where would you hold the weight this way?
You could hold it in either hand and you would actually bring it down toward the floor. As you're
I can see.
So definitely takes balance.
Those are good. It's one of those things where we take it for granted, but when somebody has good balance, it's a good thing. And mobility.
The thing is, when we are walking through the world, that is actually a balance activity because if you think about it, you're on one foot and then the other. So
these folks outside the window are like,
what is happening? Liz, thank you so much.
Great to be here.
You can find more tips on balance training in the latest issue of Women's Health.
Thank you so much. All right, coming up, a holiday treat. Music star Christina Perri is here live to perform a song off her brand new Christmas album. It's really special. We'll have that when we come right back.
It's a marshmallow world in the winter when the snow come to cover the ground.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Our next guest rose to the top of the charts overnight. Her hit debut single, Jar of Hearts, propelling her to stardom back in 2010.
Soon after, she sank her teeth into the Twilight Saga with her song 1,000 Years, recorded for the Breaking Dawn Part 1 soundtrack.
Well, now Christina is back. She's back with a Lullaby Christmas album, and it is called Songs for Christmas.
And she is here with us this morning to perform an original song from the album. Christina, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, how are you guys?
I have mostly Christmas babies, so I always sang them Christmas songs as lullabies.
Yeah.
So when you come up with a Christmas lullaby album, how do you know what songs are just right?
Well, I put out 3 lullaby albums for my 3 girls, and I was trying to think about what to do at Christmas time, and it came to me and my piano player, because we sing Christmas carols now quietly to the children, and I was like, oh my gosh, what if we did Christmas lullaby? Like, what if we combined my 2 favorite things now?
Yeah.
And so in picking the songs, we were in the studio, and you have to be quiet. And every time someone had an idea, like, oh, let's put like a toy piano or a horn, I'm like, no, it'll wake the child. And everyone's like, for real? I'm like, yes. So I remember very intentionally singing as if I was singing to my girls and trying to keep my voice like in a place that was really gentle.
Yeah.
And I hope parents really notice.
It's beautiful.
It's nice and quiet.
Your album, Songs for Christmas, so you've got an original song, Christmas Dreams, which you're going to be performing. What was the inspiration for that?
Well, Christmas Dream, so my band and I, we're all parents now, and we've been together a long time, and so I thought it was really cute to sing about baby's first Christmas, and my daughter Pixie last year was her first Christmas, and so we were singing for her.
What's the plan for Christmas this year?
We're coming east.
Okay.
Our family's in Jersey, my family, my husband's family, and so yeah, we'll be here on the East Coast. Hopefully get some snow.
I know.
I mean,
speak for yourself.
I know. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I want it just
not
for
looking
one day.
good.
Like,
It's just not looking good. We would love it. We would love it, but it's not looking good.
No, not looking good? Okay. Thanks for letting me know.
But we have lullabies.
We do. And singing her original song, Christmas Dream, from her new album, Songs for Christmas, here is Christina Perri.
Thank you.
Gingerbread for you and for me, candy cane mountains and sugary trees, sleigh rides through clouds, laughing out loud, dancing with snowflakes round and round. I can't wait for your first Christmas day, watching the joy in your eyes. I've been waiting for all of my life. Sing you to sleep into your Christmas dream. Your Christmas dream. Caroling and popcorn on stream.
song.
That was lovely.
Can adults listen to the lullabies too? I'm like, I want to listen to your voice.
Very nice.
Sing out real quick.
So
And it's really hard to write a new Christmas song.
Yeah.
That's catchy.
We're all
And
going
you
to
guys
sleep
work.
now.
Thank you. We wrote it together.
Yeah, you did.
Well done.
Great,
Yeah.
guys.
Merry
Well
Christmas.
done.
Thank you.
Songs for Christmas is out right now. Be sure to pick it up. We'll be right back.
Sing you to sleep.
Tomorrow in the third hour of today, Jessica Chastain is here live.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actor and director Zach Braff.
Nice. We will see you tomorrow.
Have a great day, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
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 Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberating.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker.
Today, actor and filmmaker Zach Braff is stopping by to tell us about his new movie, The Good Person. Plus, you can check all the kids off your Christmas list with the Ultimate Toy Gift Guide. And if you have a tween in your life, listen up. TikTok and the New York Times break down the latest slang. We're talking about it.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Yes, guys, it's Wednesday. It's the 13th day of December. We are so happy that you are here.
We sure are.
We are happy that Jenna Bush Hager is in her beautiful pink.
It's pink.
Jenna, I love it. I love it. I love it.
It's pink.
How are we?
You know what I was happy to see?
What?
Well, I just flipped open the newest edition of People magazine with our best friend Oprah on the cover. And look who was inside.
Wait, Oprah, she was going to talk about how she lost her weight.
Oh, she was?
Dying to read it.
She was. Well,
Yeah.
there you are. It's called One Last Thing. And I just saw the picture. I have not learned everything I'm going to learn, but it turns out there's some things we're going to learn about you.
I don't know. I don't remember how I answered these questions, but
Okay.
Here's the first one. You love a good massage chair and foot massage.
I like a foot massage and a lazy boy.
A lazy boy.
There's a place in New York City like this that has about 15 lazy boys that you get in one if you're lucky, because not everybody gets to get in the seat.
Yes.
And you kick it back.
Yes.
Wait.
All the way back?
You can. You can go straight. You can be part way up. You can read on your. It is the best foot massage you're going to get. It is $40 for 40 minutes.
Wow.
It's crazy, and you never want to leave.
Do you do a 40? You do 40
I do,
minutes on the
sometimes I
feet?
even do longer.
Wow. I didn't know you loved. You know what? The headline to me was the lazy boy.
The lazy boy's amazing because they're those big. Old, remember the old, big, puffy ones?
Yes.
Like that, and they have them. And literally, sometimes I'll walk in, and all the lazy boys are taken, and it's you have to book in advance.
A day when all the lazy boys are taken is a hard day for you, Hoda. Okay. The other thing is that you love Trader Joe's ice cream bonbon. I'm not surprised by this.
At home, we call them chocolate round things because we don't know what they are, and the kids love a chocolate round. Well, this may be a different version, but I think I'll like this one too.
No, this is vegan coconut and cream.
I'm already into this one too. I love it because it's non-dairy. Yep, it's got a 10 carb count. Look at look at it. Okay. Look at how amazing.
It's just a chocolate ball.
Chocolate round things.
Okay. It's otherwise known as a ball.
Only 10 carbs, which is important.
Cookies and cream. Is this the kind you like?
This is another kind. But I like this one too. This is so good.
Okay, tell the truth. How many of these can you take down if you're alone?
After the kids go to bed.
How many do you take
for
down?
the kids, but they're so little that I can probably do 5.
5 in one sitting?
Yeah. Don't act like it's surprising.
5 in one sitting.
Aren't they good?
So good.
Crunchy on the outside. Vegan.
It was very soft in the
Don't you like the combination?
Do I have chocolate on my face?
Yeah, you do.
I knew I probably would.
All right.
Okay. So if you have a tween or a teen or even an 8-year-old like I do, you may want to listen up because according to a new recent New York Times article, Gen Alpha, which let's just reinstate, Gen Alpha is the name our kids will grow up in. They are called Gen Alpha.
Right, because there's been Gen Xers, Gen Z.
Now we have to start
go
the
back
alphabet again.
Again. We're at the top again.
I don't know how I feel about having alphas. I mean, I want my kids to be strong.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But I'm a little scared what the alphas are going to be like as a pack. But anyway, it said that they have a whole new terms of, all these new terms that old people like us do not understand.
So Mr. Lindsay is a special ed math teacher, and he posted a video, and he listed some of the things he's been hearing in his classroom. And this is a big video. It's gone viral with more than 4 million views. So let's take a look.
Here's all the words I heard, and it is a massive list. Most of them I know, some of them I have no clue. On God, she ate that. Left no crumbs. Riz. Get. Which does not mean get your act together. Look it up. Don't let them trick you. Phantom tax. Cap. Bet. Bruh. Gassing you up. It's giving. For real, for real. This goes dummy hard. Simpin'. You're not him, Mr. Lindsay. You're not him. Yeet. That's kind of an old one. Snatched. Pick me energy. Slay.
Little kids are saying these things. Okay, let's go.
This has all started because, Mr. Lindsay agrees. I have had a little bit of a tricky time in my own household because my eldest child, who will remain nameless unless you Google her, started to use the word preppy. Preppy. Mom, cool, you look preppy. And I was like, what?
What does preppy mean?
Preppy does not mean the preppy of yesteryear.
Oh, chinos and an alligator Izod shirt.
No. It doesn't mean that. It means like cool.
Oh, you're preppy.
Preppy looks cool. Oh my God, she's so preppy. That's how they talk. They're using words such as preppy.
How about this? You know what one that my kids use a lot, and they are 6 and 4? Bruh.
Bruh.
Bro.
Oh yeah, bro.
Bro.
They call me bro.
Bro. What is that?
Why
Bro?
would they call us their loving mothers
Well, I always say to my kids, you do not call your mother bro. I throw down. I do.
Wait, do you think I'm letting too much slide in my household?
If they're calling
what
you
about
bro,
calling me Jenna? What about calling me Jenna Bush? Yelling out, not even Hager.
Wait, they call you Jenna Bush in your own house?
All the time.
They're calling you
Jenna Bush.
Wait, what?
All of them. All three of them gang up against me, and I'm like, you want to try Mom? They're like, you call me Mila, I call you Jenna.
You're losing the fight.
No, I've lost it.
No, you've lost the fight.
Gone.
No, it's not.
It's
you
gone.
know what else they say? And I first thought my kids were doing it.
No,
this
everybody.
is what they say.
Everybody.
Ready? What the? They don't know what they're saying.
Because they're not saying what the finish the blank.
And when I hear my kids, I go, we don't say that. So as I was walking with my kids home from school, and a kid on a scooter came up and almost sideswiped me, and he looks at me and he goes, what the? And I go, he was my kid's age. So is that what they're saying?
I think they're saying what the on the playground.
What the must be what they're playing.
Well, so our staff wants to quiz us to see if we can guess a few of these definitions. The first one is called got, like yacht.
Pronounced like yacht with a G.
Got. G-Y-A-T. Now, is this an acronym for something?
Yeah, it must be. But they don't even know spelling that well. It can't be.
They definitely don't.
What is it? It says, girl, you ate that. That could be used around here. We could use that one a lot. Gat.
But it's supposed to mean not like you just ate that means you cool?
Yes. Girl, you ate that is cool? Girl, you ate that.
I'm going to try to say got today to my kids and see how they react. Okay, the next one is bussin'. Like
bussin'?
Moving.
Like, or bustin' your chops?
Moving.
Bussin' your chops.
It describes great. Something bussing is great. Like those bonbons are bussin'. And the last one is sigma.
Wait. So.
Is that it? I don't know.
I'm counting the Greek alphabet. It doesn't
I know.
make sense.
Is that what it is?
No, they don't know how to count. What does it mean?
Yo, we have to know. What's happening here?
Sigma.
You guys, we got to go back to what sigma means.
We don't know. Here, let's say. Hang on. I got it. It means dominant or leader of the pack.
Oh.
Instead of saying alpha, you say sigma.
Oh, so now Generation Alpha isn't even what I think it is?
Oh, yo, I don't think so.
I don't know. The other thing my kids love to say is fit.
What does that mean?
Fit. Cool fit. Do you know what that means?
Cool fit?
Cool fit, Mom.
What? Outfit?
Yes. They're 8 and 10.
Cool fit?
Believe me.
We have to, but by the way, they cannot call you bro anymore in the house.
I kind of like it.
Or Jenna Bush Hager. Or Jenna Bush. No, they can't.
They call me worse things.
Oh, jeez.
Which I'll tell you offline. All right. Coming up next, wrapped gifts or gift bags.
Jen and I are going to battle it out in the holiday edition of The Great Debate right after this.
They call me Jenna.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
All right, it is time for us to hash out our differences in a friendly competition we are calling
The Great Debate Holiday Edition. Okay, so our director Lee's going to give us a topic. We each have 20 seconds to make our case, and when we're done, we hit our bell. And look at our judges. Kieran, Rainey, and Gavin. They're going to pick a winner at the end of the round. We ready?
Okay, Lee, may we have the first topic, please?
Good morning, ladies. Your first topic, surprise holiday drop-ins. Do you like them? Jenna, you're up first.
Oh, wait, I forgot what I said. No, I do not like a surprise holiday drop-in, because here's the thing. You hear a doorbell, and you think, oh, Am I being attacked? My children and I have just cuddled up into our pajamas. It's 6:30 p.m. We're watching a movie. Do I want somebody to come round my house? No, I don't. Guess what I want to do? I want to get into bed.
All right. Hoda,
I forgot what I chose.
All right, Hoda, your 20 seconds starts right now.
It is the holiday season.
Oh, come
You don't get to see friends and family as often as you would. Oh, you know who's come to your house? And one of your aunts who you haven't seen in years, and she's like, should I go up to Jenna's house? Let me ring the doorbell. Oh my gosh, Jenna. And all of a sudden sharing great cheer and love. It only happens every now and then. You can cuddle up 360 days a
You
year.
do not like I'm going to drop in on your house and tape it tomorrow and see the reaction.
I double dog dare you. Okay. Judges, who won that round? Oh, I got 2.
Yeah.
Thank you. Way to go, guys. All right, next
Thank you,
one.
Karen.
All right, topic 2, Christmas brunch versus Christmas dinner. Hoda, the floor is yours.
Okay, you've just opened all of your presents. Everyone is kind of feeling the hungers. Christmas brunch it is. You know why? Because it's the perfect time of day. It's not the end of the day. The family's still gathering. Everybody's still in a good mood. It's lasted, right? We have eggs and omelets. We share a little champagne, a little bubbly. Midday, football games on. Everyone lounges on the couch.
All right, Jenna, your 20 seconds starts right now.
So if we're giving up on Christmas dinner, we're giving up on the turkey and the stuffing and all the things that make us jolly and bright. Guess when people start to melt? Right around the brunch time. They've had the sugar from the stockings. Now it's melt time. We want to join around the table when everybody, including the adults, need a nap. Guess what that is a recipe for? Disaster.
I didn't hear a pro for dinner, but go on. Who won that round, judges? Oh, sweep. Okay.
I'm never doing a debate again.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Hoda, for the sweep, your last topic. Do you prefer a wrapped gift or a gift bag? Jenna, you're up first.
Oh, you know what? Let me try to wrap this cool bell I got my Aunt Susan. I know how well this will wrap in a box like this. Not well at all. It's difficult and hard. Let me put it into this lovely gift bag, which I purchased 12 for $12. Now, Susan, Merry Christmas.
All right, Hoda, your 20 seconds starts right now.
Oh, wait, it's Christmas morning. The kids are gathered around. At Jenna's house, there are 20 bags. Mom! But at my house, you know what there are? Packages to unwrap with beautiful bows.
Did you wrap them like that?
Oh, my gosh. What could it be? Let me peek. Oh, is it? I'm not sure. Oh! No. Oh, come on. Oh. And let's take it, judges. Sweep!
Congratulations.
You know what? It's okay. I have to say that Jenna fell on the sword. She actually did not like some of her topics, but she said yes anyway.
Now listen, had I been a judge, I might have voted for some of those because do you rap like that?
No, I don't.
Do you like a holiday drop-in?
Not really.
Okay, thank you.
But
very
I got
much.
it. Coming up next, we're going to catch up with actor and filmmaker Zach Braff.
Don't go away.
Yes.
Zach is like, well. all know Zach Braff from his time on the hit series Scrubs and from the movie Garden State. Recently, Zach wrote and directed another film called A Good Person.
The movie stars Florence Pugh and Oscar winner Morgan Freeman. It's about two people brought together by grief and addiction and the surprising friendship that emerges. Take a look.
Allison, don't go.
This was a mistake.
No, it isn't. Trust me, I know how hard it is to get here. It's damn near impossible, and you did it. Don't run away now because of me.
There are thousands of meetings. I'll find another one.
Wow, yeah, but this one has the best snacks.
I want to go.
No, you've made it this far, and I wouldn't.
I don't want to be here.
Nobody does in the beginning.
I don't want to be anywhere.
Then you are definitely in the right spot.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is so moving and beautiful.
Thank you so much.
It's a movie. Will you just explain the premise? Because that's so crucial.
It's about two families that are involved in a car accident, and we pick up a year after it's happened, and these two characters are both going through addiction issues, and they meet randomly at the same NAAA meeting. And as you saw, she's about to run away. He was about to be her father-in-law, and the marriage broke up. And so it's about this very unlikely friendship between two people who are really struggling to stand back up again. So it is about grief and standing up again, but there is a lot of humor. I don't want to make it seem like it's there's some emotion, but there's a lot of humor in it as well.
I mean, you're from New Jersey.
Yep.
We know that you wrote this and took it back home to South Orange with Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
So,
that's kind of nice.
Yeah, this is you can see that image. That's the duck pond where I used to use my little remote control boat. I grew up in this hometown. And when you're a writer, and that's my train station, when you're writing, you're thinking of all these places. And I got the luxury of being able to bring Morgan Freeman and Florence Pugh back to the hometown, back to the very place where I imagined all this. My high school, that's the hallway in my high school. And so that was just kind of really thrilling to be able to imagine these places and then bring these movie stars back to my hometown.
And Florence, you were dating at the time of filming. You guys are not together anymore, but it sounds like the way that you're speaking about her in this film that you guys had a really great relationship.
We still are great friends and love each other, and she's just extraordinary. People might think I'm biased, but I honestly think she's one of the greatest actors working today. She's just extraordinary, and people who see her in this film will be blown away. It's a performance unlike anything you've ever seen.
we know too that the writing of this came out of a difficult time for you.
Yeah.
You were experiencing in 2020 the collective grief that we all experienced, but you also lost 3 people.
I lost, well, one specifically to COVID, but over the course of 5 years, I lost 4 very important people to me, and that was sort of the genesis of wanting to write about grief and standing back up. But Nick Cordero, who was one of my best friends in the world, actually sang in the Plaza when we were in a Broadway show together. There he is. We sang when we were doing Bullets Over Broadway. We were just best friends in the world, and he was living in my guest house at the time in Los Angeles when he got COVID and did not survive. So that was all happening, during lockdown, and that was sort of when I started writing this story.
Other than the writing, because I know that's a good outlet for this grief, the amount of grief that you were shouldering just almost seems more than just too much to bear. How else did you process, deal, and get to the other side?
Well, laughter and friendship, and I think that's one of the main themes of the movie is that. It's funny, I was just listening to that Beatles song, I Get By With a Little Help from My Friends. That's really what the movie is about. It's about how, with humor and friendship and love, we human beings can survive these incredibly hard times. And that's what happened. Florence and I were doing lockdown together, and we would find a way to make each other crack up and laugh. And so during the day, I'd be writing this movie. At night, we'd be cracking up. And I think when you see the film, you'll see that that's how the characters deal with it as well.
Yeah, there's humor.
There's a lot of humor, yeah.
Okay, one of the most humorous and also beautiful friendships you have is with your co-star,
Donald Faison. Yeah.
Okay, and you guys have a great podcast.
Yeah, it's called Fake Doctors, Real Friends. There we are in the Bahamas. We've been doing this podcast since the pandemic. Actually, we started that as well, and it's become a huge success. And we really crack up. It's like you guys. I get to crack up with my best friend.
It's true. It's so fun.
I can't believe it's a job. It's like we just sit there and laugh and tell stories, and an obscene amount of people tune in.
But just the fact that that friendship lasted. A lot of people you see close in a in a film or something or a series, and 20 years later they're like, every now and then we.
It's fun to reunite.
We met at the table read. We met at the very first table read for the pilot. I knew who he was because he was famous at the time. I was a waiter, but he had been in Clueless and stuff.
Totally.
And so we met there, and then from that moment on, no one makes me laugh harder. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons Scrubs went 9 years was that we just had the same exact sense of humor, and we just crack each other. I'm godfather to his children, and we do everything together.
There's a longing for Scrubs to come back. Is there ever a chance? I know that question.
There's a lot of talk about it at this very moment. We'll see. You know, if the stars were to align, I'm very open to it.
Wow.
I'm giving you an exclusive.
That feels like a yes.
I'm definitely very open.
My kids would take that as a yes.
I'm definitely
because maybe means it's happening.
Maybe always means yes.
Zach, thank you. This is a beautiful, beautiful film.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me on. Thank you so much.
It's called A Good Person, and it is streaming right now on Prime Video. And by the way, you said it's number 2 on Amazon.
It's the number 2 movie on all of Amazon Prime, which is thrilling. So please check it out.
In the midst of all the holiday craziness.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Zach. Coming up next, your gift guide on the hottest toys on every kid's wish list right after this.
That was great. Thank you guys so much.
What a time, man. That rocked.
We are back now with our carefree holiday gift guide. And if you haven't gotten anything for those kiddos in your life, it's time to get shopping.
Toy Insider's Lori Schacht is here to show us some of this week's hottest toys. Hey, Lori.
Hey, and I have some amazing toys for kids of all ages. Now, everybody loves a great marble run, right?
Yeah.
So
Look at this marble run.
Look at this. So this is our Sky Elevator Marble Run. It's our Marble Rush, 153 pieces. You can follow the instructions and build it 3 ways.
I love it.
Kids can build their own way, and it's great for
I love it.
creativity, spatial awareness, and it's just fun. And kids can build it. It's got the truck. It collects the marbles, goes up the elevator.
How
Awesome,
does it
right?
know? It just
Joaquin, are you having
knows.
fun with that? It looks cool.
Joaquin is enjoying.
Okay, now
cool.
what is this?
So let's talk about Beyblade. So Beyblade kids, they know what this game is all about. It's skill, it's strategy, it's customization. But this is a whole new Beyblade. So this one...
sorry, what word are you saying?
Beyblade?
Beyblade. And
Beyblade.
it's all about the
Pull
battling
it.
tops. Yep. So they're going to customize their tops, put their tops together, pull it. Comes with 2 tops, 2 launchers, extra tips so they can customize. But this one has glow tech. So when they pull it, go ahead and pull it, you're going to see it actually light up in those lights.
Okay, you can go ahead.
It is awesome.
If you got one,
Kids
pull it. If you
love
don't,
this.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Pull it.
I think this is one of Wyatt's favorites. So it's like they come to life because of the lights. It's very light in here. If you dim the lights, they're beautiful.
So that's actually a game.
So it's a game, and of course you want to be the last one spinning. That's how you win.
This one's hot.
We heard everybody's talking about
I
it.
am like obsessed with this mini-verse. So right here we have our mini cafe, mini diner, mini lifestyle. You get a surprise ball, or you can buy the kits, but there are surprises. You open it up, take out the package.
Look what it comes
Look at
with
the
all this.
recipe card. So you have this. It'll tell you what's in each theme. So I started making a pizza. I would be pouring in my little gel here.
Okay.
Okay. This would come out. I would add, look at this, my little mushrooms. This is a
So it's
vegetarian
all
pizza.
tiny
It's all teeny tiny
And then what
pieces.
happens to it?
Then you put it in the sunlight for 5 minutes. minutes, and it's like a resin. Look at the sushi. So the turtle,
cute.
the slice
Sushi
up,
is
the ramen bowl.
crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
And Hoda was said that you can play with it with your Barbies.
You can put it in your Barbie house
You
if
can
you
put it in
want,
your
or
Barbie house,
anywhere.
and I will tell you that adults are
not
going to
edible.
like it just as much as
Yeah.
the kids. All right, I don't know about you guys.
What is
I
this?
love to fly, but with my feet on the ground.
Yes.
So this is our sonic charger. This is our Firehawk.
Okay.
I'm going to just give this one to you. Hold it for a
Hold it.
second. You can give it a little toss. So you can fly this 15, 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 30
Ready?
seconds.
Go.
ahead, give it a little toss.
Wow!
Yes, you can play this indoors or
Do it.
out. Oh, it's a ton of fun. It's
I like
durable.
it.
Yep,
Those are fun.
I want to throw another one.
Those are fun.
So they're great. Kids just throw them, fly them indoors or out, right?
Crash.
So 15 seconds, 30 seconds, keep flying until,
Cool.
right? Now that's
Okay.
for kids 8 and up. For kids 12 and
Oh,
up, this is
fancy.
our Sky Viper. This is our Vector Jet. This is incredible. So this one you're going to use a remote control.
Right.
We cannot demo
Outside.
this one in the studio because 600 feet that you can control this way and that way, right?
Wow.
If
Kids
it
are
goes
gonna
out
love
of
that.
range, it's going to circle.
And it's like styrofoam.
It's like
Yeah.
styrofoam, 2 powerful motors, goes 35 miles an hour.
What are you
And you can do
talking
a
about?
beginner mode, or you can do it where, so beginner, it stabilizes, so much fun,
Cool.
does tricks, or else on your own.
Now look at this for the artist.
Yeah,
Hi.
so I don't know
Hi,
about you.
Olivia.
I can't even draw a straight line, but Crayola makes this HD coloring set. So you get 30 pencils,
Okay.
a sharpener, and 20 gorgeous HD images.
So what
high
do you
def,
do?
black and white, color it in. But even someone like me, who can barely draw a straight line, will make a beautiful image, a
Yeah,
beautiful
look at
picture.
this.
Look at the framed ones. You're going to want to frame them.
So you
They're
just color inside
You
and
are
then
coloring in. So this is really for 8 and up. So great, and $19.99.
Why? Well, you're doing
Nice
such
price.
a great
Right?
job,
Yeah,
Olivia.
pretty. I like that.
Awesome.
All right,
Cheetah.
and finally, something for the entire family.
Oh yeah,
So this
yeah.
is Metal Sports. It's the MD 48-inch 3-in-1 gaming table. So all of this is one. So whether you're playing billiards or
Yep.
foosball, or this comes off and you
Joaquin.
have air-powered
Nice.
hockey underneath.
So you can play all 3 of
All
these in one
3
table.
games. Yes, so we have 2 tables here. So each piece comes off simple. It's just a snap, lift it off.
Oh,
You're
I can
onto your
see.
next game. Comes with all of the accessories you need for
Wait,
every
did
single
you say
game.
air hockey too?
Air hockey is underneath. You just plug it in. It's everything.
Cool. Air
That
hockey
is
and
so
foosball.
Yeah, and you know what
cool.
else I love about this?
What?
You would think this is a fortune. It's $129.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, right?
And it looks like it's nice quality.
It is.
Yeah,
It's
it looks
beautiful.
sturdy.
It's the perfect thing to leave out. And let me tell you, when the kids go to sleep, the parents are still going to be
Yeah,
playing.
totally.
Lori, these
Lori,
were all
thank
good
you.
ones.
Thank you.
To check out these toys, head to today.com/gifts.
There you go. Coming up next, big news. Santa has become a TikTok sensation. Find out how after this.
Cool.
La 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 la. Okay, it's time to introduce you to someone very special who may look a little familiar to her. And he's one of our newest Fave Follows.
We are about to chat with Santa J. Claus. But first, take a look at how he's spreading cheer on social media.
You know him, you love him. It's Santa Claus. Old St. Nick, a hero to kids, has spent decades as a fixture of pop culture, from parades to movies.
Santa! Oh my God!
But now, to spread the holiday spirit to yet another generation of good boys and girls, Santa has gone to TikTok with the handle Santa J. Claus. Showing off everything from his dance moves to what he does in the off-season, his food reviews.
Look how large that cookie is. I need this cookie.
And outfits of the day.
Christmas spirit activate.
To his work with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Santa J. Claus carries the Christmas spirit all year round. With more than 4.5 million followers, Santa's got a very long list to check this year.
Are you on the nice list? Certainly are on the nice list.
And with the big day approaching, he's taking a break from his busy season and getting his reindeer in formation, because Santa J. Claus is coming to town to visit with us.
Santa J.
Hi, Santa J.
Hello there, my friends.
Santa J, we're so happy you're here.
How did you figure TikTok out, Santa J?
It took quite a while, all of the technologicals, my friend, but we gave it a try and it seemed to do quite well.
And why did you feel like you wanted to take your Christmas magic to the talk?
Well, I think that I was seeing some of the things you were seeing the young people posting. I think they needed a reminder of some positivity and goodness.
You know what? People are always saying that you make them feel joyful. So there's something special, because I think we all can do a little of that somehow. What's the secret to spreading joy?
Well, I think for the most part, it's the opportunity to uplift those that are around you. What a wonderful gift it is. Having the gift giver's heart to brighten someone's day. And I'm able to do it with a simple little video and make them smile. What a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and you also help in a lot of different ways. We talked about in the piece, you help with St. Jude's Children's Hospital, which we adore. How has that been for you as a helper?
A wonderful opportunity to be able to be an ambassador for St. Jude. They are doing so many wonderful things. And every time I visit there, I'm always inspired by what they're doing. And it's not just that, but charities from all around the world, Make-A-Wish also a wonderful thing to support.
We were surprised to read, Santa J, that you are a trained opera singer.
My goodness, well, I love to sing a little.
Well,
I don't know about training. Mrs. Claus has been working on this one for me.
Well, but you are actually going to sing at the Grand Ole Opry, aren't you, on the day before Christmas Eve?
I am, on December 23rd. I cannot wait. A little singing on the Grand Ole Opry stage. It will be my debut in Nashville.
How fun is that?
Wow.
Now, you know, this is the type of year when people can get a little stressed out.
Yep.
Maybe the opposite of carefree.
Yeah.
I wonder, how do you keep things balanced, Santa, during your busy time?
Well, I think cookies are involved. I think it's an opportunity to be able to continue to remind yourself of the good that's around you. Sometimes we can get a little overwhelmed by the world, and taking a moment to see that there is goodness always to be found is such a wonderful thing.
We have a question for you, Santa.
Certainly.
And we're scared to ask
We're
it.
afraid because maybe the answer is not great. Are we on the nice list or the naughty list?
My friends, Hoda and Jenna, certainly on the nice list.
Oh,
it's
good.
definitely for you, my friends, going to be a carefree Christmas.
Oh,
Santa J knows
do you
our
like our song, Santa
The
J?
elves cannot stop singing it in the workshop, my friends. What a wonderful thing.
Oh, and you know what? If we can keep the elves carefree, we can keep anybody carefree.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you, Santa J. Okay, we know that you are famous, of course, but we would like to add you to our fave follows list.
Is that okay?
Certainly, my friend.
All
Santa
right, we're J, adding it to you.
thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friends.
Congratulations. All right, coming up next, more holiday cheer, this time for book lovers when Jenna's bookshop opens its doors. After this.
Ba la 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas. Hoda and Jenna with
Jenna's bookshop is open for business, and many of you have been reading her December book club pick, We Must Not Think of Ourselves by Lauren Grodstein.
Okay, today, you guys, we're opening the bookshop.
I like when you do
and
this.
I have some incredible items for your next book club gathering, or if you just want to get a little holiday gift for those friends that read with you, here they are. You can just scan that QR code by Hoda. Okay, the first one, I want to weep because I have told you this story before, but my grandmother used to have a pillow on her couch that said, "Reading is sexy." It was needle pointed just like this. It got lost after she passed away. I'd been looking for a replacement. Well, guess what? This incredible small business called Southern Decorative created this pillow just for us. They are Dallas-based, and husband and wife team Molly and Jacob Bishop started this company along with their mom Cindy. They're behind the brand, and all of these beautiful needle-pointed pillows that are stitched with silk blend thread, lined with this pretty velvet backing.
I love it.
Aren't they so nice?
By the way, I love it. I love it, and I think that if you are in the reading world, which you are, what a great Christmas gift you can give to everybody.
They're beautifully made. Okay, so they're $79.99 on southerndecorative.com, and they are also donating 10% of the profits for Friends of the SMU Library, which is also awesome because people that love reading want to be donating to libraries.
Now, anyone can give a candle, but these stand out.
Okay, don't you love these candles?
Love them.
So I found these spiral taper candles on Amazon when I was looking to give my sister a special gift this year. Hopefully she's not watching. I have these green ones in my home. They're so
cool
great,
looking.
and they're not that expensive. They're for a box of 4, and they come kind of different colors. They're $17.99. Like, I feel like you could buy one candle for $17.99. You can take them as a housewarming gift. Give them.
I love them.
They're really great.
Unique.
And then I also saw these were beautiful.
I love
these
these.
are candle holders. I think you could use them as a vase as you want, but they look beautifully.
I love.
Beautifully done. They are 11 inches high. They are $34. They're called the Claudia Candle Holder. They are from Anthropology Home, which makes some really pretty gifts for this time of year.
I love them.
They're super special.
And they're unique. This is a whole unique situation.
It's a beautiful gift. Go to anthropology.com to look at those.
All right.
Okay, now, if you are going to give some of these candles, you may want a special match box. Because it also is the time of the year for fires, for being cozy. What is chicer than these fab matchboxes, which you can reuse with a cheetah on top? Give this to your favorite cougar. How cute is this?
By the way, they're totally art.
And then, look, you can just buy the cheap matches and put them back in once you run out. They look like art.
I love it.
They're a beautiful gift.
I love it.
They're
by Smith Honig.
Smith Honig, thank you. They're large matchbox. Smith Honig is a home decor brand by Kelly Smith and
look, you know what's cool about it? You open it up and look where you light it.
On
the
there.
inside.
And this is also a really reasonable gift for $21 at smithhonig.com. I'm obsessed. Well, I don't know.
No, but sometimes it's hard to light. You have to try it out.
Okay,
They work really well.
I'm glad it worked for all of us.
Yes.
Okay, now if you're looking for a little gift, I got you one of these with the H, which you can keep or you can give to one of your daughters because we know you love a re-gift. I feel like these are...
Let me see.
Oh, there's the J.
J.
I feel like these balloon alphabet pendant necklaces are all over the place. And again, we're trying to keep prices low. This one is. These are plated with 18 karat gold, however.
It's $12.98?
$12.98 on Amazon. Don't tell your girlfriend. We won't tell her the price, but get her, and I'm wearing one right here.
By the way, I like it.
They would never
you could
think
layer.
it was.
You could layer those.
But also to give them to your kids. What a beautiful, beautiful
Gorgeous.
Christmas gift.
I love those.
Finally, we have to end with some food because what is a book club without it?
Wow, what we got?
I love these biscuits. I love them so much. They are called Callie's Hot Biscuits. They're a small business out of South Carolina. Now, they are going to create a special thing called Share the Love Gift Basket, which includes a half dozen of each of these biscuits. Ready? The buttermilk, the cinnamon biscuit, and the cheese chive biscuit. Plus, it comes with pimento cheese.
Are you kidding?
You know how I feel about pimento cheese. This company was founded by Carrie Morey in 2005. The basket is available on Callie'sBiscuits.com for $45.95. It comes with free shipping today if you use the code.
Free shipping?
Today.
That's a bonus. That's a huge bonus. Great. Jenna, great job.
I hope you enjoyed it. And you can check out all these products at today.com/read with Jenna. Thank you for coming into my bookshop.
I love your bookshop. We'll be back after this.
By the way, all good.
That was good,
Every
right?
single one. Okay, 2024 is just around the corner, so we're thinking about transformations, the kind that can change your life in an extraordinary way.
Yeah, we're both really into it.
Yeah.
So if this sounds like you and your family, and you could need a little help transforming in the new year, we want to hear from you.
We want to help.
Yes, please be part of this. Head to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button, and tell us about your family's story.
Also, we got a new episode of my podcast, Making Space. Allie Love is on it. You think you know Allie, you don't know
Oh my gosh,
Allie.
I can't wait to listen to
Scan
that.
the QR code and check it out wherever you get your podcast.
All right, tomorrow, y'all, from the color purple, we have Fantasia and Danielle Brooks.
Can't wait. We'll see you Thursday.
Bye.
Bye.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery
cideries, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today, I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer-growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago, and that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily, and I got a chance to give it a try, or a press.
They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did.
The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing.
So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same.
Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall. There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay.
Okay.
They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some Macintosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes
Just
free.
like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay, and the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So We treat these like eggs, and we place them in the
Place
bucket.
them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp. With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college. Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple picking? Because I thought this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with. Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together. I only have pies for you. American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian, and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb. Today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape, then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julian's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julian now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
No, everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julian, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations. make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by K.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by K as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch. My favorite flavor is turtle.
I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by K officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely gonna support it. It's gonna become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty. In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
And this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate-dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the carnival. The turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was apple.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake.
I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness.
Oh, pie there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the winter holidays, pie is central to so many of our celebrations. Homemade or baked at wonderful shops like this one called Michelle's Pies in Connecticut. Americans sure have strong feelings for pie. See what I did there? But how did we become a nation of pie people? Join me as I slice into the significance of this iconic dessert and piece together how and why different pies are so important to communities across this country.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
Yes, pecan might be my favorite, but this is my second favorite. I'm a huge fan of a good old-fashioned sweet potato pie. And I'm not alone. For millions of Black Americans, making a sweet potato pie is a meaningful tradition this time of year. And in Minneapolis, one woman stopped selling her highly sought-after sweet potato pie, and with the help of her family, started giving them away for free. Now, through her nonprofit, she is bringing generations together to bake and then gift her tasty pies. It's a recipe for spreading love and creating meaningful connections. You could say they're baking the world a better place.
Here's to the joy of our Blackness, our beauty, our energy, our power.
Yeah.
Just being able to come together in unity. Onward.
That's Rose McGee, the founder of the Sweet Potato Comfort Pie. On a fall morning, a group of women gathered at her home just outside Minneapolis.
I appreciated young Brittany Wright approaching me and saying, Miss Rose, you really should teach us young women how to make sweet potato pie. Just take a little piece of the shell itself and just slide it in there, and that'll pull it right out a lot easier than trying to use a spoon because it's thicker.
Passing a tradition from one generation to the next.
Mama Rose is really good at bringing people together, making them feel welcome and having a sense of belonging. And so I thought it'd be really cool on my birthday to bring a bunch of women together, sharing experiences, learning how to bake pies, learning something from the African American tradition.
Each attendee will be making 3 pies to share with their community. 1 to keep, 1 to gift to an elder, and 1 to gift to someone younger than them.
Once we got the first batch of sweet potatoes boiling, I started exhaling. When you peel, always go to the tip, and then it just pulls right off.
For Rose, sweet potato pie is not just dessert, it's a catalyst for connection, one that she considers sacred.
It seems like it's all about the pie, but really the pie just happens to be the sweet spot that brings people together. I used to sell the pies years ago. No idea that one day I would feel compelled to give them away. Not to sell them, but to give them away. I started Sweet Potato Comfort Pie in 2014, not really realizing that that's what I was doing. After the killing of young Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. And I was sitting there watching television, like felt this calling. I obeyed that calling and made about 30 pies, packed them in my car, and my son Adam drove down with me. But what I discovered was people wanted to be heard and listened to. They wanted to feel that they were being respected. So I took that to heart and brought it back home.
Back in Minneapolis, when George Floyd was killed, Rose stayed up all night baking pies to take to the memorial site to help her own community heal.
And I didn't know what to do except make some pies. And that's why I know it's not just about me. It's bigger than that. Is anybody really going to respond to that? And people do.
The organization's mission is to strengthen and cultivate relationships with the solidarity and story sharing that is part of making and receiving the pie.
I'm not trying to over-emotionalize anything, but I will say, it's something when people allow you to feel purpose and allow you to see beauty within yourself.
The sweet potato pie we know today was inspired from West African cuisine and dates back centuries. To get to the root of its origins, we must first talk about yams.
I'm Rossi Nastapulo. I'm the author of Sweet Land of Liberty, A History of America in 11 Pies. So a yam is an old world crop and a sweet potato is a new world crop. And so yams are really an important part of the West African diet, whereas sweet potatoes, they are grown kind of on this side of the world.
In the United States, sweet potatoes grew abundantly in the South. Enslaved Black Americans tended to these crops and cooked with them, contributing to many of the sweet potato recipes we know today. However, credit to Black chefs and cooks didn't come until the late 1800s.
There was Melinda Russell's A Domestic Cookbook, and then Abby Fisher's What Mrs. Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. And so these are 2 Black authored cookbooks that included recipes for sweet potato pie and really were an opportunity for these Black chefs and cooks to reclaim their knowledge and have the credit given to them. When emancipation comes, they continue to make sweet potato pie, and this time they were making it for themselves, their families, and their communities.
So you're just gonna put in 1/3 of the way?
For those close to the sweet potato comfort pie, It's what's in the batter that really truly matters. Antoinette Pearson Ettinger is a pastry chef and helps manage the kitchen at Sweet Potato Comfort Pie gatherings.
I was at the first meeting here in Rose's living room. When I was growing up, if there were some trauma in a family or some celebration in a family, you went down the street with the pies in your hand to present to the family that was either in need or celebrating and communicate with the folks that are there. Oh, the pies are ready.
Today, back in Rose's kitchen is one of those celebrations in honor of Brittany's birthday.
What I appreciate about this, we have been in responsive mode. We try to respond to these crises that happen across the country and locally. So to do something more celebratory is very uplifting and very inspiring for us all.
It's a sisterhood. Through these pies, through Mama Rose, we're able to celebrate each other, empower each other, encourage each other, and we're doing it in a way through unity.
The future of Sweet Potato Comfort Pie, I believe, is a good one. Everybody has this need of wanting to connect, and when you're baking a pie, you're gonna connect.
The heart of the Comfort Pie connection is love and a commitment to greater good. And of course, always keeping their eyes on the pie.
When in doubt, bring a bunch of black women into the kitchen and we'll figure it out.
Coming up, a family in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, whose ancestors helped invent a sticky dessert that's still being served up today. And welcome back to Family Style, and another pie rich with history and a little sugar as well. Some say the origin of this pie, known as Shoofly, can be traced back to a cake, specifically the Centennial Cake. It first appeared in Philadelphia circa 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And while the exact origins of the Shoofly pie are lost to time, no matter how you slice it, it is a true American original. In the heart of Pennsylvania's bucolic Amish country lies a town with a name that sounds like a familiar adage.
Bird in Hand is nestled in Lancaster County. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture, and a lot of really good, hardworking people.
Just has a peaceful and calm feeling. It just envelops you.
Bird in Hand isn't just the name of this small village. It's also the namesake of a family-owned corporation that runs a group of lodges, a campground, and eateries. John Smucker runs the business. Under his wings, the Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, best known for its Shoofly pie. Raised Mennonite, John and his wife Myrna have deep roots in this neck of the woods.
My family story in Pennsylvania begins in 1752 when my immigrant ancestor Christian Schmucker emigrated from Switzerland and Germany, came to America, established a farm homestead here in Lancaster County. And I'm the 8th generation.
Pennsylvania Dutch refers to immigrants who came to the U.S. from German-speaking countries in the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly to escape religious persecution in Europe. By the late 1700s, it's estimated that these immigrants accounted for more than a third of Pennsylvania's population.
Well, that'd be the new farmers. He's out there doing it.
John's ancestors, along with countless others, brought with them new types of cuisine and helped invent that sticky dessert that's famous in this region, Shoofly pie.
The origins of Shoofly pie are a little bit murky. One historian traces it back to Centennial cake, which was made in the 1800s as a celebration of Pennsylvania's centennial.
Shoofly pie, an apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up.
And so that was a crustless version that then once it becomes placed in a crust to become more easily transportable, that turns into Shoofly pie.
The Smucker family has been serving up their family's Shoofly pie to the public for more than 50 years, and they've been baking it for much longer. But what exactly is Shoofly pie?
I'd start with delicious.
The topping is different, so it's not so sweet pecan pie with no pecans.
Shoofly pie is a type of molasses pie. It's really a product of Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine, and it's distinguished by its inclusion of streusel, which is very classic to those types of European cuisines.
On the frontier, they had a limited amount of ingredients, a limited amount of resources, and so one of the products that they would have had was molasses, and molasses was stable.
Most Shoofly pies include molasses. The Smuckers, however, do things a little differently.
We do not use a molasses product for our Shoofly pie. We gravitate towards a light table syrup.
Another unique feature of Shoofly pie, the traditional ingredients don't require refrigeration, making it a convenient treat for the many Amish residents in this part of the country. That's Anna Mary Smucker, or to those who knew and loved her, Grussie.
My grandmother, Anna Mary Smucker, was the one who I would say was the ultimate pie baker in our family. I'm sure she picked up recipes from her mother, who picked them up from her mother before that.
In a 1938 edition of National Geographic on the Pennsylvania Dutch, Grussie was even featured with 4 of her kids, including John's dad, and a Shoofly pie. John comes from a long line of bakers, influenced by his grandparents and his parents.
My mother was a pie baker, so she was a busy cook and a housekeeper. And my father was out on the farm and doing different businesses, and so she was busy in the kitchen taking care of the family.
In 1970, John's father, Paul, opened the family's first restaurant. There, they started serving the family's signature pie to locals and tourists. In the mid-'80s, John opened another nest for foodies, Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, just to keep up with the soaring demand for their baked goods.
Pumpkin pie, Shoofly pie, and cherry crumb pie. I just love pies.
The pies here are all made from scratch, including the ooey gooey wet bottom Shoofly, using Smucker's recipe that's been passed down for generations. And apparently, this pie isn't just for dessert.
I have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, not necessarily every day.
What's delicious on the plate first needs to take shape.
And we like our Shoofly pies to be sweet and smooth.
There are 2 main components, the goo and the crumbs. The wet filling is made with hot water, light table syrup, light brown sugar, baking soda, and eggs. It's stirred with a canoe paddle-sized kitchen tool.
So to us, the goo is one of the most important features of the pies.
That filling is poured into a homemade pie crust. The pie's signature crumb topping is made with pastry flour, light brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and shortening, which is combined in a large mixer.
crumbs go on top, and then the skew is down below in a layer that's about a ½ inch thick. When we bake it, the crumbs work down through into the pie a bit and help to create what I call that middle layer.
Back when Grussie made her pies, she didn't shoo the grandkids away.
She just let us dig in.
After about an hour in the oven, the pies are cooled, covered, and carried right from the kitchen to the bakery. While visitors to this bakery savor unforgettable flavors and a pinch of the past, for John and his family, the pies are symbolic of so much more.
My grandmother would always say, give good measure. She was a very hospitable person. I see pies as part of hospitality.
These folks are proudly carrying on a unique Pennsylvania Dutch tradition here in the land known as bird in hand. Coming up, a New York City baker's quest to bring back a long-lost Christmas time pie. Pie today, gone tomorrow. That's what seemed to be the fate of a beloved bygone Christmas time pie. It was popular for, well, a New York minute. Well, I guess a few decades to be exact. But today, one bakery in New York City is bringing back this long-forgotten chestnut, rum, and cherry creation called Nestle Road. It's not your traditional pumpkin, apple, or blueberry dessert, but it is a treat that many older New Yorkers probably remember from childhood. Served up with a slice of nostalgia and a memory of decadent New York.
Our motto at Petey's is damn fine pie for damn fine people because we're just so proud to be a New York business. Pie has been a part of New York's culinary history the entire time, and we just wanted to elevate it the best we could. I'm Petra Paredes, and I am the owner and head baker of Petey's Pie Company.
Petey's Pie, named after Petra's childhood nickname, has been serving up damn fine pie since opening in New York City in 2014.
We opened up the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We sold like 100 pies. And then the next year, we sold 1,000 pies.
This past Thanksgiving, nearly a decade after opening, Petey's sold 10,000 pies. The big holiday rush isn't new to Petra. She grew up pulling all-nighters before Thanksgiving in the name of pie.
Pie's been part of my life since I was born. I was born into my parents' bakery. They have a bakery called Mom's Apple Pie Company in Virginia, and I always spent my Thanksgivings working at their shop. They are still in business and they still do tremendous Thanksgiving business.
Petra inherited a love of baking from her dad.
My dad is really obsessive about quality of ingredients, and that's something that I have learned from him, to just be really focused on flavor and on like the texture and balance in a pie.
Petra left the family pie business and moved to New York City to pursue a career in teaching.
It was at the end of my first year of teaching that I met my husband, Robert.
Seemingly against all odds, it was poker that brought Petra back to pie.
He, interestingly enough, was playing poker professionally at the time. He wanted a place to invest his poker money. And so I sort of half-jokingly asked him if he wanted to open a pie bakery with me.
Robert didn't call her bluff.
And he said yes. We'd been dating a few weeks at the time, and we spent the next 3 years planning it.
Petey's menu offers the classics like apple, banana cream, key lime, and also a beloved bygone pie. The couple's love of culinary history led to Nestle Road's discovery and return.
One of the things that Robert and I used to do as we were planning our business was we would look at the New York Public Library's menu database, which is really fun. And one pie that we kept seeing over and over that we had never heard of and never tried and weren't sure how to pronounce was Nestle Road pie. It was on a lot of sort of mid-century menus from the 1940s through the 1960s.
This elusive pie piqued Petra's interest.
Stumbling across Nestle Road on these old menus was sort of like discovering a fossil or something.
Petra saw this as a chance to bring back a piece of decadent New York. Her curiosity inspired a sweet revival. Nestle Road wasn't always a pie.
It actually started as a frozen custard dessert in sort of the Victorian ages. A very decadent thing to have a frozen dessert before, refrigeration was widely available. It was like the most fancy dessert you could imagine.
First off, it was named after a Russian diplomat by his private French chef. Not to mention its luxurious ingredients of chestnuts and liqueur. Years later, the Big Apple heavily influenced the evolution of this decadent dessert. It went from a pudding mold to a pie crust.
It sort of transformed in New York City in around the 1940s by this woman named Hortense Spire.
Baking the pies from her Upper West Side brownstone, the pie quickly gained popularity.
She made pies for like all of the fancy New York City restaurants, all the steakhouses and all the fancy fish seafood restaurants.
The pie was a mid-century marvel. As demand grew and the pie became a New York City diner and sweet shop staple, many renditions no longer included chestnuts. By the mid-60s, it all but faded into oblivion. Nestle Road is one of Petey's holiday season offerings, but the supply is limited.
Because it's so labor intensive, we can only make 80 over the course of the week.
In creating her Nestle Road pie recipe, Petra sought to honor the origins of the dessert.
I wanted to bring that chestnut part of the flavor profile and bring it sort of front and center. My recipe is almost sort of a mashup of the sort of Hortense Spire 1940s era and the New York diner 1960s era.
All of Petey's pies start with the same crust.
My crust is based on my dad's recipe.
It pushes the limits with one ingredient.
My crust recipe has like a 8-to-9 ratio of butter to flour, which is really high.
Next up, preparing the chestnuts for roasting.
I puree the chestnuts with sugar and with rum, and that is sort of the base note flavor of the whole pie.
The filling's light, delicate texture is achieved using gelatin.
It's sort of like a chiffon or like a fluffy custard kind of pie.
The filling is then chilled.
We did like a Swiss meringue.
The meringue is folded into the filling. Time to top with ganache. And of course, the final step, a cherry on top. They're actually sour cherries.
When I hear that somebody who hasn't tried Nestle Road pie since the 1960s tried my Nestle Road pie and loved it and just got a sense of nostalgia out of it, it really sort of brings a whole other layer of meaning into the work that I do.
Outside of the bakery, Petra and Robert are raising 3 little pie people, with a 4th on the way.
My kids are really into pie. They really love to eat pies.
As for if their kids will share a slice of the shop one day,
who knows if they'll want to continue the pie business. I look forward to passing on everything that I know, just like my parents did, and seeing if they're interested.
For most Americans, it seems that there's always room for pie, and the significance of that slice can adapt to circumstances, places, and people. Through pie, it seems we can more deeply understand not just our country's history, but our own sweetened memories.
It is truly the most wonderful time of the year, spending time with family, friends, and the people we love. And how do you show that love? Why, with some sweet treats, of course.
Sweets are great. You really can't say no to sweets.
Our holidays revolve around food. Everything is food.
All the good food, the sweets, the cookies,
The treats, the candy, the cakes, the pies. I could go on for a long time.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. One of my favorite holiday traditions is coming to see this fabulous Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. And folks from all around the country love doing it too. And speaking of from all around the country, there's a baker in Brooklyn who's bringing a little taste of Mexico to everyone who wants it. Don Paco Lopez Panaderia has been serving up fresh Mexican pastries for 30 years, and its customers have been lining up for just as long.
I've been coming here since they opened. They're very well known in the neighborhood, very nice.
Well, I've been a customer since I was about 5 years old. I've been coming to Don Paco since I was very small, maybe like 3 or 4 years old. And now I teach across the street, so I come every morning before work.
But they're gonna treat you like family.
That's because they are family. Hello, Miguel.
Oh,
how are you, sir?
Bienvenido to Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
Ah, gracias. This bakery isn't run by just one person, but 8 siblings, their parents, and extended family.
Para mí es importante dar un buen saludo, una sonrisa, desearles un buen día.
Everybody has to be involved one way or another.
And at this time of the year, it's all hands on deck because one of their most popular treats, rosca de reyes, or king's bread, reigns supreme. On January 6th, many Mexican families enjoy this traditional sweetbread decorated with candied fruits and a little baby doll hidden inside.
It's a reference to Jesus Christ, so it's about celebration.
A celebration called King's Day, which marks the three wise men's visit to the manger. Now, if this sounds familiar, that's because New Orleans' famous king cake shares the same Catholic roots dating back to medieval France. For the Lopez's, it's more than just a holiday. It's the bakery's busiest time of year, so everyone grabs an apron to help out.
We reunite for Rosca de Reyes instead of Thanksgiving or...
So you know you're going to see your whole family at least once a year.
Once a year, yeah. I can see my father and my mom very proud to see everybody. It's working 24 hours. We're talking about 30 family members coming and do the Rosca de Reyes.
Todos nos reunimos a veces después de no vernos tanto tiempo y todos participamos en un día muy especial y es un día bendecido para todos.
What's it like working with family? Because that's a great thing, but sometimes maybe not such a great thing.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we don't agree with everything, but the most important thing is that at the end of any discussion, goodbye, I love you. It's something that we have that from our parents.
And that's not the only lesson that's been passed down in the Lopez family. The knack for baking goes back generations as well. Miguel's grandfather was a baker in Acatlán de Osorio, a small town in Mexico. He passed on his craft to his son Francisco, Miguel's dad, who later moved here to New York City with his family.
My father immigrated in 1972, 73, and he started working in the restaurant business as a dishwasher.
But the dream of baking bread and pastries never left him. That's when his kids stepped in. Together, they opened Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
We said, why not to open a bakery? So we started in 1991, we opened the business.
To survive for 3 decades, not just survive, but to do so well, to be such a part of the community, takes something special. What is it about this place that's so special?
That everything that we make, everything that we bake or cook in this place, we do it with pride, with so much love.
And that family pride is clear in their recipes. So it was time for me to try my hand at making their popular holiday treat. So Miguel, who are these youngsters here?
Oh, look, Don Paco Lopez, my father.
Señor?
My mom, Leonela Lopez.
Señora.
Mucho gusto.
Does he remember making his first rosca?
¿Usted se acuerda cuando hizo la primera rosca de Reyes? ¿Cuántos años tenía? 8 years old.
You were 8 years old.
His father, my grandfather, he used to put a wood box so he can reach the table and teach him how to make rosca de Reyes.
Who's the better baker, him or you? Yeah. That's right, baby. Yeah, still the original. Now it's rosca time. The first step is creating the ring of dough.
Do it like this.
Oh yeah, that's a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of bread.
And after we have it, we put it upside down to hide baby Jesus.
All right. So everybody knows there's a baby Jesus in there, because you're taking a bite and all of a sudden, ooh.
Oh, no.
Nobody wants to bite baby Jesus. Making rosca is hard work, and it takes everybody in the family to meet customers' demand. How many will you do in a day, Miguel?
To satisfy our demand, they have to be almost 2,000.
2 dozen?
2,000.
2,000 a day?
Yeah, 2,000
Wow.
a day. Very good, Howard. But any chance you're looking for another job?
One of the siblings don't show up, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. That's good that we have a record. We decorate the Rosca de Reyes. I prefer to start with the cherries. Then I can start with the orange peel. So basically it's to make colors around. Look at that, it's beautiful.
Ta-da! Ah, it's a thing of beauty. And so once you've done this, then do you put it into the oven right away?
No, they have to sit, they have to proof. At least like 20 minutes, depends how the weather is.
That affects the proof.
Yeah, definitely.
See, that's why you need a weatherman to work.
Oh yeah, that's why you're here.
After the sweetbread sits, time to go into the oven. If I can ask your mom, what does it mean to pass this tradition on?
For her, is very proud to pass to the next generation.
Well, it's obviously in good hands. And I mean many hands. And I believe you've got a few other family members around?
Or just very
one
small
or two?
family.
Just a couple?
Coming in, guys.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Wow, look at this. And they're still coming. And they're still coming. Wow. My gosh.
The small family of the Paco Lopez.
Well, this is one heck of a nice, sweet family. I guess we should all try a little piece.
Don't forget, if you get baby Jesus, you have to throw a party.
You have to throw a party.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I hope.
So if you throw whoa! I didn't see that. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, all right. Party at my place.
This.
Here's to a wonderful tradition. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
De nada. Up next, the delicious reason Philadelphians line up outside this Italian bakery every Christmas Eve. When you think Christmas treats, you usually think fruitcake or Christmas cookies. But if you're in the city of brotherly love, cannolis are synonymous with Christmas.
Philly is known to be full of grit. We'll get through anything.
No one knows that better than Termini Brothers Bakery. Over the last 100 years, this family-owned shop has faced a Great Depression and a global pandemic. But for them, there's no challenge bigger than the holidays.
The Super Bowl for us every year is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve at Termini's is something that is of its own.
We got a long line of folks here that have been waiting for a long time to get these, and people wait all year for this special day.
Every year on December 24th, hundreds of people wrap around the block to be among the first to grab a classic Italian treat for their holiday celebration.
I mean, people drive from Baltimore, they drive from Boston. We've even had people fly in from California to be here, to be in that line.
People are lining up at the front door at 12 o'clock at night, and they'll sit there with chairs and food. When we open the door at 6 o'clock, we bring everybody in. We're hugging, we're kissing, we have music.
People that are unaccustomed to, what Christmas Eve at Termini's is, ask questions like, are people crazy? Is it that good? And they miss the point of why people are outside. It's a sense of community. It's a Philly thing.
As Philly, some say, as their famous cannoli.
There's many, many products that we make that are special to so many different people here. But nothing is more dynamic or special to our customers than our cannolis.
Gotta come and get the cannolis, best cannolis around.
The shell is never soggy, and it's cream-based, and it's got these little chocolates in it, and it's just absolutely perfect.
They taste that tradition, they taste that flavor. It's hard to find and hard to duplicate a Termini cannoli.
Perfect.
Today, we are going to make probably about 4,500 cannolis today. Hearing my grandfather's story about how much passion he had with these recipes, being that they came from his hometown in Sicily, it forces you to realize that this isn't just a product, this is a legacy, and it needs to be handled with respect and care.
The legacy of the bakery dating back to the early 1920s, when Giuseppe Termini immigrated to America from his home in Italy and joined his brother Gaetano here in Philadelphia.
He left his family and everything that he knew to come to a country he knew nothing about, didn't speak the language, had no idea about what he was walking into. Somehow found a way with his brother to be able to start just a little tiny kitchen, and brick by brick grew this business into something that he can pass on to his son.
After opening its doors on this same street in 1921, Termini Brothers quickly became the go-to place for all types of cakes, cookies, and of course, cannoli.
Giuseppe Termini turned his little corner bakery into a landmark of sweet sentiment.
How are you, Mr. Termini? Okay?
Yeah. People would say, what's your secret? And he didn't get into a real long-winded thing. His answer was, make good stuff.
Just make good stuff.
That's all. It was very admirable. Even in his later days, when he was in his 90s, he was working 7 days a week. When the store was closed, he would sit here in the store. This was his life. This was his life.
Giuseppe taught the business to his only son, Vincent Sr., who would later grow up running the bakery. His sons, Joseph and Vincent Jr., were by his side, learning the family trade.
We realized we have something very, very special here. So we kind of knew as we got older that this was the path that we wanted to take.
Before long, it was time for them to live up to the Termini brothers' name and take over as new owners.
My father has that Sicilian Philly blood in him. He's a stickler to the rules. You know, it took him a little bit of time to really trust what Vinny and I are doing here. I remember when we were first shipping out our cannolis, he was so happy to look at the addresses and see where they were going.
Today's a little warm up, 500 or 600. In about 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be looking at about maybe 2,000, 2,200 boxes.
And he was going, I can't believe it. It's going to Arizona, it's going to California. Look, this one's going to Hawaii. And, you know, I think it was at that point that my father had 100% trust that the business was going in the right direction.
Although some things have changed over the last century, a lot has stayed the same.
But this was my grandfather's favorite machine. Is it the most efficient? No. Is it cranky in the morning? Yes. It's like an old man, this machine. But all of these, the benches, our steam kettles, you know, our gas stove, they're all original.
Another constant over the years, Philadelphians' love for Terminis. Literally.
It's our wedding day, so we figured we'd do what we enjoy.
We've tried many cannolis in the area, and probably these are the best by far.
Now Joseph and Vincent Jr. are adding their own chapter to the bakery's story, preparing to reopen at its original location across the street, turning it into a small cafe.
It says, on this spot the tradition began. Termini Brothers Pasticceria, founded March 19th, 1921.
This is where it all started. This is where it was in 1921. There was the two brothers, and they used to bake in the back.
These were the original light fixtures that my grandfather had. Took very, very good care of them because they're very rare.
So this is the original deed. This is the kind of artifact that we're planning on putting up.
But for now, time to get ready for another Christmas Eve. Termini's 100th to be exact.
It's probably the most stressful 15 minutes of the entire year when we're getting ready to open that door. Is it not?
It is. And it's the same people every year, and then it adds on. You know, so if you can imagine over the last 100 years, the line's like down the block. We look at this line at Christmas Eve like they're a part of our family.
And I also enjoy Christmas Eve at the end. We normally gather around with our staff, everybody, because this is a team effort, a family effort. And without everybody putting their lives on hold for a period of time to make this family tradition so special, it would never happen.
Then I get a text from you every year saying, yo, bro, did great. So proud of you. I can't believe you got through it. And, you know, it's a tremendous feeling.
Goes to show, nothing's too tough with a little Philadelphian grit and your bro by your side.
Working with my brother is truly an honor. I can't even put into words what it feels like to know that regardless of opinions or disagreements or different philosophies, that there is always somebody there that has your back, no matter what.
I can't imagine like one person, you know, taking over a third generation business and not having a sibling to lean on or count on. I love that I get to work with my brother every day.
Coming up, an old-fashioned holiday craft finding a new generation of fans on TikTok. Man, I gotta tell you, on TikTok, Logan's Candies, 5 million of you love their videos. And guess what? Probably almost as many love their candies for decades. But what they're known for this time of year? Candy canes.
Let's all give a big round of applause for candy cane number 1, live and in color. There it is. And by December 24th, we'll have made about 100,000 candy canes, one by one, just like you're watching right now.
Wow. He's TikTok's very own Willy Wonka. On an app where the only rule is to keep things short and sweet, these eye-catching videos have racked up millions of views.
That's actually a pretty good video.
Jerry Rowley is the candy-making star and owner of Logan's Candies. His daughter, Abby, the mastermind behind the camera.
She came to me and said, Dad, there's this social media out there called TikTok. I thought we should get in, and I didn't really know what that was.
We're going to start counting out our stripes. As always, we're going to begin with stripe number
1. I never intended it to be this, marketing thing or this, this huge thing. I was just like, oh, I'll just post some videos and see what happens. I think it was just something that people had never really seen before. It was like, there's nothing else really like it.
Now millions of folks follow Logan's to watch Jerry pull, fold, and bend all sorts of candy canes by hand.
Within about 72 hours, we had over 25 million views. And it was just unbelievable. We couldn't believe it took off like that. It's just been amazing for the store. We've seen a big growth in our shipping and even just people coming in.
We want to get him like a shirt or something that says I'm TikTok famous. Next up, the candy man himself. Eat this. What flavor is it?
Oh my gosh, I should know that flavor.
Well, mostly just the TikTok videos were really fun to watch. And the way that they made the candy, I thought it'd be really fun to come try homemade candy because I've never had that before.
People definitely will recognize him. He thinks it's so funny and strange, and I do too.
While the internet craze may be new, Logan's Candies has been perfecting its craft since 1933.
We hand make all our candies here the old-fashioned way. We have the original recipes that we've been using for 87 years.
So we're just going to begin to pull this out here a little bit. Give it a little tug, a little pull, a little stretch. When we get it just the right length and thickness, we're going to give it a little twist. And right before your very eyes, we have created the candy cane. By the time we're done, we're going to fill up this entire table, and we'll make about 400 candy canes this size out of the one batch.
Jerry developing a sweet tooth for the business at just 12 years old, when the store's original owners hired him.
So I rolled candy canes that first year and bagged candy canes, and then the next year I started learning to bend the candy canes.
By the time he was in college, he was hooked. So when an opportunity to buy the business came along, Jerry and his then girlfriend Susie decided to take it on.
We actually started dating about 2 weeks before I bought the store. We got married in 1985, and then we've just been running it together ever since.
We were just babies running the candy store. I was still in school. I was only 16, so I would get out of school early and come right to work.
The Logans, the family that started the business, trusted the Rowleys to carry on their sweet legacy.
And the wife was still working here when Jerry took over. Then they would say, oh, we're so thankful that you guys got the candy store because you're doing it like we did. And they were just so thrilled.
40 years later, the Rowleys have preserved the store's traditions. And with their daughter Abby by their side, that sense of family has stayed strong as well.
I have a lot of good memories just of being a little kid in a candy store.
I would hide under the table over there, and then I'd just come out to give samples. I would wait for my cue. Then once I started, when I could see over the table, that's when I started working on the table.
Logan's Candies makes over 200 treats, but their candy canes remain the most popular all year long.
There's St. Patty's Day. We do shamrocks for Easter or springtime. That's a little bunny head, candy cane basket. Do those for Mother's Day and Easter. Star of David's for Hanukkah.
There's also one other candy cane they make that has a very special meaning.
We're making the Hannah cane here, which is named after our first daughter, Hannah.
After waiting nearly 10 years to have children, the Rowleys created a candy cane to celebrate the momentous occasion.
The burgundy and white, they're beautiful and they're very special. And we made them the year she was born, not knowing that she would only have a very short life. Oh my gosh. Hannah, she was amazing. Hannah loved the candy store. She just loved sharing the candy with everybody.
when Hannah was just 3 years old, she was diagnosed with leukemia.
It was always amazing to me that she just had such faith. And she would tell me, Mom, if I were to die, then I don't want you to spend all your days crying. I want you to take care of Abby. I want you to laugh. She didn't want me to be devastated because she knows where she was going and she wasn't going to be in any pain anymore. So she was really amazing that way.
Sadly, passing away just 5 years later.
My heart will always be broken. I'll be missing Hannah until the day we're reunited, but I'm so thankful that we had her.
The Rowleys' love for Hannah is apparent everywhere you look.
26 years later, we still make the candy canes, and we still call them the Hannah canes.
And their love for this time of year shines through as well.
I like coming to Logan's because it makes you excited that it's Christmas time and the fresh homemade candy canes and everything.
I drive in to get them every year for Christmas. My whole family loves them.
We've continued to help other people have really wonderful family memories for the holidays.
We realize we're part of Christmas for everybody. So many families coming in 20, 30 years in a row. We're watching the grandkids grow up, the kids grow up. It's just amazing. And they just keep coming back to make it a family tradition.
Who else can say they do this? Who else can do this with their family?
It's those traditions filled with love, family, and food, of course, that make the holidays all the more sweeter. New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the wounds eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15, 20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
Great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters.
Wow.
This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he didn't.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family, and that was his focus. And he saw his children as you know, cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water and when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, you know, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know the cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days. I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts. Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that. People were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand. When you hold it up, it's almost translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong? It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. Are you making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
It did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox. I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm gonna find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out, the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it? I think he'd be amazed at how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom,
you.
want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have, maybe 10 pounds of carrots here for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Is another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City. The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to Orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago. And that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily. And I got a chance to give it a try, or a press. They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did. The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing.
So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same.
Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall. There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay. They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some Macintosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes
Just
free.
like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay, and the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp
Yeah.
it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp.
With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college.
Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple picking? Because I thought this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with.
Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together.
I only have pies for you.
American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and
take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape, then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julian's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julian now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
Everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down, and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts, and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very is very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julian, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations. How do you make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by K.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by K as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch.
My favorite flavor is turtle.
I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by K officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely gonna support it. It's gonna become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples. that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty.
In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
And this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's Candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the carnival. The turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was apple.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake.
I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness.
Oh, pie there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true.